both the marketing, setting the dates and promoting the show, as well as the logistics or operations side. So all the things we do to get ready for the guests to come to town.
Okay, so how long has the Market Authority been in existence?
So the Market Authority was created in 2001, and it was a partnership between the furniture industry itself and the city of High Point and the state of North Carolina. All came together to put together a group that could really concentrate on all the things that have to happen to make the market successful. And so prior to that, it was one of those things where people in our organizations in our community would just sort of raise their hand. You know, the Chamber of Commerce would say, okay, we'll help with transportation. Our Convention and Visitors Bureau said, okay, we'll do housing. And it just sort of grew and happened. But there was no one body that really was responsible for making sure the success of the event.
Okay, so let's go back, way back to the history. When did it actually, the market start in High Point, and how did that happen?
So the market started in 1909. As hard as that is to believe, we're over 100 years old. And it really grew out of the fact that about 90% of the hardwoods in the U.S. are found within a 90-mile radius of where we sit today. And so the availability of those hardwoods meant there was a lot of furniture manufacturers in this area. We all know that's a great part of North Carolina history, and Southern Virginia as well. And so one day the folks who sold that furniture decided, you know what, instead of putting this on wagons and going up and down the East Coast to sell this product, why not set it up here and let our customers come to us? High Point happens to be the highest point on the railroad, so it made sense for that to be sort of the hub of that commerce.
Okay, so what exactly happened? Happened then, happens now?
Right, so lots of people ask that question. At the end of the day, High Point Market is a good old-fashioned trade show. We are connecting the buyer and the seller. The seller are those who make or import home furnishings. So these are the brands that you know, Ashley, Bassett, Lazy Boy, all those folks set up in High Point to sell their goods to people who purchase home furnishings to resell. So furniture stores, that could be interior design firms, architects, wholesalers, e-commerce, for example. Amazon, Wayfair, all those folks send buyers to High Point twice a year.
And this is not open to the public. This is a trade event, buyers. So you have to have a pass. You have to be working the event to actually be there. Absolutely.
And that's a big part of the work that our office does, is to qualify those buyers. So those exhibitors, those manufacturers want to know when a buyer comes in the door that this person is eligible to buy, meaning that we know that they are reselling home furnishings. And so that's a big part of what we do, is really qualify people to come to the show.
Okay, what is designated a home furnishing?
Great question. You know, lots of people locally call us the furniture market. You will never hear anyone in our office call us the furniture market.
I'm guilty. I've called it that.
Absolutely.
I think that's what we call it.
We all do. But it really is home furnishing. So this is everything to do with the home. So this is everything from rugs to accessories to home decor to lighting to upholstery, case goods. It's across the antiques, across the gamut for what you would put to furnish your home. And you know, there's also things there that these buyers would need to, you know, make a showroom in their own store. So, you know, anything that really fills that space, wall decor, anything that is considered furnishings for the home would be at market.
How many different sellers are at the market?
About 2,000 exhibitors. And the thing that's very different about High Point is that we don't take place in just a convention center or a large building. We're in 180 buildings across downtown High Point. So those 2,000 exhibitors are spread out in about 13 blocks in our downtown area. So it really is the city coming alive.
About how many buyers come and from where?
So our total attendance is about 75,000, and about half of those are actual buyers who are coming to buy from our exhibitors. The other folks are from what we would call industry. So they are people who contribute to the industry. If you make the foam that goes in the sofa, you're going to want to be in High Point twice a year. If you make the hardware that goes on your nightstand, your customer is going to be in High Point. So it's all the folks who make up that industry will be in High Point. And they're from all over the world. 110 countries are represented by the attendees who come to High Point.
And so the things that are for sale at the market, you're not going to immediately see them in your local store. Is that right?
Absolutely. It takes a little while. This is that supply chain at work. So the trends and those that the retailers or the designers are coming to see now are going to probably hit the floor in about 6 months. So they're making purchases now that they will actually get shipped to their store in the coming months that would then be for sale for you and I to buy.
Okay, so you talk about trends. Like what kinds of things? Can you kind of give us some insight on some things we might see or that have kind of been trending recently?
Absolutely. Home furnishings has really taken lots of interesting turns since COVID. We all sat at home during COVID and decided, wow, this sofa is pretty tired, or I'm spending a lot of time in this house. I want to spend some money to make this more of a home. So we're seeing interesting trends, like people are very concerned about the sustainability of their home furnishings and their carbon footprint. So we're seeing that play out in a lot of the trends in home furnishings, as well as just a sense of wellness. We all want to be comfortable, and it's something that our kids are on and our pets are on and those kinds of things, and that might charge your phone right there inside your sofa arm. So you're seeing a lot of things that really speak to that comfort of home, as well as we always want to make sure that looks good. So you're seeing a lot of mixed metals. You're seeing a lot of desert tones in terms of color. So you're going to be seeing a little bit different than we've seen in past years, I think, coming out of COVID, because people are really looking for something different in their home.
Yeah. Okay, so the market is twice a year. Typically, when does that fall?
It's April and October, and usually the latter parts of the month.
Okay, but that's, so I know you said people ask you all the time if your job is part-time.
Yes. Yeah, so people ask all the time, so you do this in April and October, what happens the other times of the year? If you think about it in terms of a cycle of an event, for example, our registration will open for our October event. It will open in July. For the upcoming April market, it opened in January. And so we're pretty much full steam ahead once that happens. So once registration is open, all those logistics pieces have to already be figured out. You've printed brochures, the website is updated, all those kinds of things will happen in advance of that. So there's very little downtime after one market. We have a little bit of time for planning and to see what worked and make some changes.
Right.
But then pretty quickly after that, you're having to act on that because people are already starting their cycle of thinking of coming to High Point. Because this is a show that's not as easy to work as others, we do find people who know they've got to get that hotel room early. They're going to log on and see what new exhibitors are here, or go ahead and start mapping out their trip. So it's our team's job to make sure they have those resources available well in advance so they can do that planning.
And as far as the showrooms, the build-up starts weeks and weeks and weeks getting those ready, I would guess.
Absolutely. You really see that starting months ahead, because keep in mind, these exhibitors are looking to really change up their space in such a way that they never want a buyer to walk by the door of the showroom and go, that looks like it did 6 months ago.
Before.
Exactly.
Right.
They want to see new. They want to see fresh. So we're moving walls. We're changing flooring. There's always a new coat of paint, really, because that exhibitor wants to make sure that buyer comes in and sees what's new.
So how has the market changed over the years? You mentioned, back in the early 1900s, wagons were rolling up, right? And so obviously technology has changed it a lot.
Absolutely.
But what are some of the main differences that you have seen over your time?
I think technology is probably the number one, Rosemary. I think we are seeing buyers be a lot more savvy about how they're shopping the showrooms and what they're looking for from their exhibitors, as well as exhibitors are being more savvy on their side in terms of making sure that even going through the showroom, that a buyer has a way to collect what they're interested in and be email those photos, maybe the minute they get to the elevator, communicating with those buyers and making sure that they're able to purchase in the time that is convenient for them, making sure that product hits their floors at the right time. All that supply chain work has really been enhanced by technology. I would say also we see trends in the physical. For example, if you come to downtown High Point, you'll see some buildings where there are no windows. Those buildings were built in the 70s, and the thought then was home furnishings was best displayed all with artificial light.
Right, controlled lighting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then you see a building that was built in the early 90s, and it's all windows, because then the thought was that you want to do this with natural light. So even how the product is shown has changed over the years.
So technology is helpful, but it also, can be difficult. I mean, people are so used to not leaving their home, to doing things via Zoom.
Right.
How important is it to get people to come here, and why is the in-person component important?
Absolutely. We find that home furnishings is still one of those products that people like to touch and feel. If you are a buyer and you're wanting to resell that product to your customer, you want to be able to talk about how the fit is for that furniture, the scale. You want to be able to describe the fabric. You may even want to tell the story of what went into the design of that product, the hands that made that product. And those are all stories you get in High Point, because you are able to shop side by side with maybe the person who designed that product, or certainly those who had some hand in making it. And so that buyer's really able to get more out of that product than it's just a chair to sell to their consumer. Remember, we're filling people's homes, which is very close to their heart. And so making sure that we're able to communicate that to the end consumer is important.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that's why we see a lot of celebrity designers and things, because people already have a relationship or feel like they know that person, and so there's a trust that's already begun there.
Absolutely. I mean, we all love HGTV. That has changed the way we see home furnishings. It feels a lot more accessible these days. I mean, you're able to watch these shows and see what goes into making the decision for that product. And more than that, you're able to find a designer that you think their aesthetic is like yours. So you maybe want a product that Joanna Gaines endorses. And so being able to have those licensees as a part of what we do is a great addition.
All right, we're going to chat more with Tammy coming up in just a moment, because, of course, the market has a big impact, not just on High Point, but all of Guilford County. Yes, that comes into Greensboro. We are impacted at our restaurants, on our roads, at our B&Bs, at our hotels, you name it. There is a way to get involved. So we're going to talk about how businesses can get involved, how you maybe as an individual can get involved in the market as well, when we come back after this break. Welcome back to Gate City Insider. Today we are talking about the High Point market, the home furnishings market, furniture market, as you probably know it and have called it for many years, the big show. We hear so much about it happening. We see the uptick in traffic on the roads, in restaurants, and hotels. We think about it as High Point, but this is an event that impacts Greensboro, all of Guilford County, and really spreads even further from Guilford County as well. Today we have with us Tammy Nagum, President and CEO of the High Point Market Authority. Welcome back. So glad to have you with us here today.
Thanks, Rosemary.
Talk about first, what is the impact on High Point for the market twice a year?
Absolutely. So, our core city certainly feels the impact of 75,000 people coming to town twice a year. Our population almost doubles. And we have a long history of making sure that these folks are welcomed, and that our city's able to kind of handle that influx of people. Really, that impact, as you mentioned, is statewide. It's not just in High Point, because we don't have a lot of hotels, for example, in our city, and so needing to use not only Guilford County but our surrounding areas to really make sure we're able to handle all these folks coming to town is very important to us.
And this is historically, we've had a huge impact on this area and the state from this event.
Absolutely. $6.7 billion to the state of North Carolina. 202 million of those are just state and local taxes. So this is just from the influx of the property taxes that are paid by these buildings in Guilford County. That is the visitors coming to town. All those things really make up that economic impact.
Okay, so I know you partner with businesses, with individuals, and all kinds of agencies to get ready for this event every year. So how can businesses, they're thinking, I need to be more involved, I'm in hospitality, or, my business really could work, I think, with this. How do you do that? How does a business owner kind of get involved?
I would say the first great step is to reach out to our team at the High Point Market Authority and let us talk to you about what it is that you do and ways that we can help promote, or ways that we can make sure that market guests know about what you do. We do use almost 90 hotels in the area. So I would say the first step is, if your business is near one of those hotels, to make sure the hotel knows.
Right.
To send market guests over if they're looking, for the services or the hospitality that you provide. We certainly depend on Greensboro, Winston, Archdale, Thomasville, all those areas around us to really house those guests. In High Point, many folks stay in private homes. That's also another way that locals can be involved. Of course, they're looking for homes that are usually close in, a little closer in, but certainly in some areas, they'll go a little bit further for that Airbnb to make sure that they find the right fit.
And really, I guess, knowing the dates of the market, knowing that this is happening, if you're a restaurant, having extra staff.
Absolutely.
And just kind of being prepared so that you can handle the influx of people coming in.
Absolutely. And it's not just the show dates. It's not just April 22nd through 26th. We will see exhibitors coming in to set up 3 weeks ahead of time. So it's almost like this crescendo up till the show. So you will start to see folks in town. You will start to feel a little bit more traffic, but certainly there is some lead up. Even as early as months before, we're doing construction that we talked about in the last segment. We're doing construction in those showrooms. So we may even have construction crews and those folks that maybe wouldn't be in our area otherwise that are here to do showroom work.
I mean, there is just so much that goes involved, for sure. What if you're an individual? Because, of course, the market is not open to public. We can't go shopping there.
That's right.
But there are ways for individuals to get involved.
I think the best way is if you have a little bit of time and you want a seasonal, temporary position. There are all kinds of jobs, 15,000 jobs actually that come from just the event itself.
Just temporary jobs.
Just temporary jobs, absolutely.
What are those jobs?
Those are everything from working in a showroom. You might be at a front desk. You may be helping a salesperson, capture data on their buyers that come in the door. We have a very robust transportation system, so information staff is a part of that, van drivers, hotel bus hosts, for example. All those hotels I mentioned are served by a free shuttle that take market guests back and forth to town. We actually put a host or hostess on each of those buses just to answer any questions, to make sure everybody's getting on time, and that everybody knows if they need to register once they pull in, exactly where to go, and those sorts of things. So,
an ambassador,
so to speak, to welcome them to town. It's probably the number one thing we hear from market guests is why they come back to High Point twice a year is the Southern hospitality. So any part of that we can do. I would also welcome guests if you, or locals, if you see a guest in a grocery store or in a restaurant, you'll know them. They're wearing a little badge around their neck in most cases. Just say thanks for coming to our area.
Right.
That goes so far. Keep in mind that I feel like home furnishings is almost baked into our DNA. It's what we do here. That's not the case in the other cities that these folks may go to other trade shows in. they're just another trade show, for example. And so being recognized and being thanked for attending here is always a great plus.
Yeah, there is competition, and
There
that
is.
is sort of new for us to realize. And where is that competition, and really what does that look like?
Well, it's interesting. It's new, but it's old. I would say in 100 years, we've seen Dallas, New York, Chicago, other cities have tried. Most recently, that has been Las Vegas. Lots of folks locally heard about that they were starting their own market. You know, Las Vegas opened. They have a show, but they're more of a regional show, and some of their product mix is a little different than we have here now. But we coexist as two shows that really serve this industry. But High Point has really maintained that title of being the premier home furnishings trade show. We are still the largest in the U.S. and we're the largest in the world in terms of footprint.
Wow. So how do we keep that going? What does the future look like?
I think the future is very bright for High Point, and I would like to think that we are really doing what we need to do to ensure that these folks see this as the home for home furnishings going forward. It's not just about new product, although that is the number one reason that people come. It's also education, it's networking, it's all the things that can really make their business better, and we concentrate on that. Really knowing from our customer what it is you need. Do you need to know what the latest software is for interior design accounting? Then let us make sure those folks are here and they're doing a panel discussion and that we're able to bring that information to you. We hear so often that people not only learn from the manufacturers who are talking to them about the product, but by sitting next to someone on a bus who also has a business like theirs, maybe 3 states away, and they're able to talk to them about what it is that sets their business apart. So it's making sure that we're giving a comprehensive experience to the buyers who come here.
And what about our manufacturers? What's the future like for them? How is that? What's the state of that economy?
Absolutely. COVID, as we talked about, that we all sat home and decided we needed more home furnishings.
Or new ones.
Or
yes.
new ones,
Yeah.
exactly. Home furnishings certainly saw a resurgence after COVID. And we had a hard time keeping up with that demand. I would say that's getting better. Our lead times are getting better. Our supply chain is loosening up a little bit. And so I think we are, it's a great time to be in home furnishings right now. So I would say the future is bright. While the manufacturing may not be domestic, it may not be in North Carolina or even the U.S., that home furnishing still has to be shown, and where it's being shown is in High Point, and that's the important part. We are seeing some manufacturing, especially on the upholstery side, and more of the sort of one-of-a-kind custom pieces are being manufactured here. We are seeing some of our plants open up and really almost this small-scale maker spaces that are becoming very popular. Social media has really contributed to that as well. Really, these makers have been able to put out a YouTube video about something small that they've made and really get some recognition. So it's really embracing that whole community and making sure there's a place for them in High Point.
Yeah, we talk a lot about, knowing where your food comes from, knowing where your furniture comes from.
Absolutely.
And, those stories, they make a big difference.
They
the
do.
people, I mean, we want to know the people. We want to have connections.
Absolutely. And home furnishings is so rich in that.
Right.
My dad worked for a furniture company for 36 years. I heard about High Point my entire life, but I also heard about what really goes into making that product. And so this is a narrative-rich product. I told someone the other day, I'm so glad I work in furniture or home furnishings. I'm not sure if I was in tools, the story would be that great. I'm sure those folks who make those wrenches have something that they can talk about that makes them great, but we have such a love affair with our home that it makes the product really something that people still want to experience.
All right, the market's coming up very quickly, the 22nd through the 26th. Of course, we know it kind of probably feels like it's already market time
Absolutely.
For you as you're getting ready for it. I know that we'll be greeting people who have their name badges on.
Yeah.
There'll also maybe be some celebrity sightings around. Can you give us any hints of who we might see?
You know, those licensees do often come to High Point. A lot of times we don't know who those folks are until we get closer. We have announced our keynote series, and it does include Joanna Gaines, which we're excited about. She's going to be one of our panelists. But there's all kinds of folks who you may get a glimpse in an airport of someone famous.
Make your head turn.
Absolutely.
Wait,
you have to look twice, especially with HGTV, because I feel like, again, we're a little bit closer to those people than maybe we have been in the past.
Right. I love it. Well, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us. I really appreciate it. It's so much interesting. We hear so much about the market. We talk about it so much, but most of us have never stepped foot there.
Right.
So to learn a little bit about the inner workings and how it impacts all of us, I think just helps us to be better hosts for it as a whole.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Rosemary.
Really appreciate it. Okay, so don't forget, if you want to know a little bit more about it, you can go to highpointmarket.org. That's a great way to just get involved, to find out a little bit more, to get your bearings, find out the dates, know when you need to ramp up your reservation systems or have that room ready at your house. Really appreciate you spending a little time with us. Thank you so much. That is our time from all of us here at GTN. Have a great day. Years ago, Greensboro City staff and council members moved into the Melvin Municipal Office Building, consolidating many departments all under one roof. We chatted with the man for whom City Hall is named about the building and the people who passed through these doors.
I'll bet you since I left, I haven't been in here 8 times.
A walk through City Hall with Jim Melvin is a walk through time. Are you flooded with memories?
Yes, mostly personal. Hazel Birch was the city clerk, wonderful woman. I used to call her the mother of the city. And then Nancy Peak. Nancy was such a wonderful person. She was the city clerk the rest of my term, which meant almost 10 years.
Mostly he remembers the people, men and women who worked by his side to shape Greensboro as we know it today. And he remembers where his passion for community all started.
My daddy, who ran a little one-horse service station down on South Greensboro on Ashburn Street, now Martin Luther King, he really kept trying to make Greensboro better, and I saw that.
He talks about his time with the Jaycees, where he learned how to serve and began to work closely with Greensboro city government.
Carson Bain, who was mayor at the time, and a great mayor, I might add, he decided we needed to build a governmental complex. That's the way it was sold. And they appointed a committee of 5 people.
Melvin was one of the 5 tasked with designing a building that could bring city services spread over several blocks at the time, all in one place.
But then we selected the architect, who was Catalano, world famous. And we told him that we wanted a state-of-the-art, modern, open office landscaping complex, and that's what he gave us.
What was kind of the idea behind that?
It improved communications, because if all of your associates are working in a complex where they can stand up and look over and ask you a question, that improves communications, and that's what we were all about.
You brought the outdoors in this building, and that's pretty unique.
We wanted that, a botanical garden, and that's what he gave us, and it has sustained, and it gives it an open freshness appeal rather than just a sterile office building where you got nothing but offices.
Staff moved into the building in the fall of 1972. By that time, Melvin was mayor.
You have to admit that this, when you come in here, you get the feeling that this is an organization that's trying to be in touch and be communicative and be open to the public. And that's what this building was all about.
As mayor, Melvin frequently appeared on TV and in newspaper articles sharing news about the city and kept his word to be open to the public.
Every month we'd have a different community meeting, and we'd take one city council person and I would go and meet in this area, and we would cause all the city department heads to go with us. And we made no speeches or anything. What's on your mind? You tell us and we'll try to see if we can get it fixed.
After 10 years as mayor, Melvin retired. How did your name get on this building?
Well, I had nothing to do with it. I was retiring in 81, November of 81. John Forbes was mayor. We had a retirement dinner, and they said, we're going to name the city hall after you. And I'll be truthful, I felt uncomfortable about this, because to me, this is the Greensboro City Hall, and it's not the Greensboro, whatever it is, Melvin, but I appreciate it.
He walked away from City Hall, but not the city.
Mr. Bryant, one day he said to me, he said, you know, I'm going to keep my eye on you because I don't want you to take the name off of Bryan Park and put it to somebody else.
Melvin and Joseph Bryan had a friendship built on a shared passion for making Greensboro great.
What we didn't see coming, I don't think as a community, was the loss of all of our major corporate entities, textile, tobacco. Burlington Industries was the largest textile company in the world. They had 3,000 people that worked out there in the World Headquarters Center, and it's now a shopping center. Well, you don't lose people like that, or firms like that not have a big impact.
With Bryan's help, he set out to make a positive economic impact on the area.
Bryan Boulevard was one of our priorities for years. And we finally got it built, and Mr. Bryan got to see the next to the last interchange. But look at what an asset that is to us now.
Melvin remained laser focused on creating jobs for Greensboro.
I always felt if you get somebody a good job, you've given them a chance to do it.
He believes Toyota is going to do just that.
10 years from now, they won't know who any of us are, but there'll be 10,000, 15,000 people working on this site with good quality jobs for one of the best corporations in the world. Now think about what a good feeling that is.
Melvin is excited to see the changes that project will bring to the area, and he has even more ideas.
Obviously, the Lord's going to retire me someday, but right now I got to finish the Toyota project. My new dream is at 1997, there was a builder going bankrupt across Lake Townsend, and there was a possibility of buying 525 acres out there. So the foundation bought it. And we paid $1.5 million for that. I would love to see the city soccer go back out there and put about 20 more fields on that site. We could become the amateur lacrosse soccer capital of the country.
Melvin doesn't find himself in the building that bears his name often, but it makes him proud when he does. Not because his name is over the door, but because the people inside share his passion for Greensboro.
Well, someday they'll probably scrape the name off this thing and put somebody else on it. But anyhow, I'm very proud of it.
What would you like your legacy to be?
That I cared about the city. And that's important.
I think history is important. I know history is important because it can tell us where we have been and can prepare us for where we think we want to go. Everything and everybody has a history. And so if you want to try to think about how you want to be in the world today, it really helps to have a clue about how things have been in the past. Magru Sarah Kinson Green whose name means black snake in the Mende language, is the most haunting for several reasons. Because she was a child, a young black female. She had been captured in Sierra Leone in Africa in 1838 or 39, again, we're not too sure. She winds up in Cuba on a ship. That ship was called the Amistad in the summer of 1839. What happens next can be seen and understood best by the general public in a Steven Spielberg film called La Amistad. Once in Cuban waters, aboard this slave ship, the Amistad, it is taken over by the 53 Africans on that ship. That ship wanders around for 1 or 2 months. They're short of water and food, but it eventually wanders into American waters, and the Africans are taken into custody by the Americans. As for Margot, what makes her especially important? She not only survived one of the most well-known and bloody African shipboard rebellions on the shores of America, but she also left a stack of letters about her life and her survival after the Amistad. I was able to find some of her letters at the Amistad Research Center, which is at Tulane University in New Orleans, and there's another large, wonderful stack at Oberlin College in Ohio. Once removed from the Amistad, the whole group, all of them, are put in jail, the children as well as the men. Eventually, the group is declared free, and they're declared free, and the law said at that point that they had been illegally stolen from their own home country, and so they were told that, okay, now go back home. Well, they had no money to get back home with, so they start doing almost a circus act going around the country, the northern states, and in New England, and having the children perform and the adults, Sinkay, show his muscles and how he had dispatched with the men who had captured him. So they get enough money, and by 1841, they are back on another ship, and they're going back to Africa. These are among the few African returnees that we can document, and Margot is among even a smaller number of female Africans that we can document having being brought to this country and then going back home again. Back in Sierra Leone, she works with missionaries teaching local natives to read. But by 1846, and we think she's about 13 or 14 years old, she's crossing the Atlantic Ocean for the third time, this time as a free person with a well-defined agenda. The plan, backed by missionaries and abolitionists, was that Margot was going to come to this country, attend Oberlin College, come back to Africa, and organize a school for girls. From her letters, we learn some of Margot's thoughts. I am now studying diligently, and she learned to speak English. I guess with children, it's much easier because she's speaking fluent English by this time. I am now studying diligently, but I'm rooming alone. This makes me think of home, and sometimes I feel so low-spirited I cry and I cry. Nevertheless, by 1848, she had mastered prep courses and moved on to the college-level courses, taking algebra, geometry, Roman history, and philosophy. Now, half of those courses I did not take, and I went to a really good school. Did not take those kind of courses. She became the perfect symbol known around the entire world by those trying to prove that Africans could be educated, in quotes. This young African girl becomes the darling of the movement to end slavery, but she plays her part well. I have excellent timing, and I was really fortunate enough to come of age during the 60s when there was all of this talk about changing not just in this country but around the world. And we were given permission, or we took permission, to begin to push against the boundaries that confined us. So it was okay when I was growing up, as I reached my adulthood, to ask serious questions about everything that existed. Why don't we have courses in school about black people? Like, why? That doesn't make sense. Why is it when we talk about history, we talk about old dead guys? We talk about battles and presidents. Everything and everybody has a history. So we would push against the boundary and say, well, what about the women? What about black people? You know, what about anything and everything? And that just being around in that time period gave me permission to ask all kinds of outrageous questions. And I'm so grateful for that. Anna J. Cooper, who was born in Raleigh, North Carolina. She's born between 1858 and 1860, just before the war starts. By the end of the war, she is among thousands of freed children and adults who are wanting to learn to read, and they called it catching some learning. They wanted to catch some learning. So children, adults, anybody who could make it to a chicken shed would go there, and there was usually one teacher to teach 10 to 100 students at the same time. The little school that she went to, the little shed that she went to, was called St. Augustine School, and it still exists. It's St. Augustine College in Raleigh, North Carolina. The only job available to her, which is at a black school in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. at that period was the center of black intelligentsia. It had the largest number of black college-educated people in the country. But our little Miss Anna from Raleigh, North Carolina, is not intimidated by Washington, D.C. and all these hoi polloi black people. She begins her public life in D.C., and she begins making speeches on topics that were rare for women, be they black or white, of that era. In 1886, she makes a speech before the Convention of Black Episcopal Churchmen. And she says in that speech, and I need you to listen closely to this kind of closeted 1800s language, because you can say a lot very delicately at that time. The church discredits women by making marriage holy and at the same time insisting on celibacy for the clergy. This reflects discredit on women. But this is not the worst, because the licentiousness of its chosen servants invades the household and establishes relations which the church itself forbids, end quote. Now, I'm going to read that again slowly, and I'm assuming the adults in this room have caught the lesson that she's trying to teach. Because, a couple of months ago, that same issue is being raised in this country around the question of the church, around the church and licentiousness of its servants. She says, quote, yep, the church discredits women by making marriage holy and at the same time insisting on celibacy for the clergy. This reflects discredit on women, but this is not the worst, because the licentiousness of its chosen servants invades the household and establishes relations which the church itself forbids. I'm astounded by her. The title of her book, which is A Voice from the South by a Black Woman of the South, it's filled with those kind of comments that she made publicly, wrote publicly. It takes some cojones, guts to publicly say that kind of thing. But she did. Amazing women. It did not occur to me. We were living in very dangerous times. I grew up in San Francisco. And so it was a time period when the Black Panther headquarters got broken into by the police. Angela Davis was on the run. I was her TA at one point, being locked in the classroom because we were afraid, the law was afraid, that people would come into the classroom to try to kill Angela. And I was generally dumb enough to be okay being locked in a classroom as her TA, because it was an opportunity to stand next to somebody like Angela Davis. My mother, she was not so pleased with some of the adventures I had, but I'm so grateful for having grown up in that time period. I left San Francisco. I went to Vermont. I was in Vermont. I taught there for 11 years, and was ready to retire, and looked on a map, remembered the Greensboro Four, remembered you had black colleges, which we don't have in California, and people don't understand that. They're west of the Mississippi, there are no black colleges there. So all of the black colleges, the Greensboro, the museum, the Civil Rights Museum was just getting started, and I literally got on a plane from Vermont, went to several cities. I was Raleigh, I went to Wilmington, I went to Asheville, I believe, trying to find a place that fit. And when I hit Greensboro, I thought, this fits. I love big cities. I'm a big city person. But I also like the small town vibe. Like San Francisco is a well-known city, but it's a very small place. It's not very big at all. And I like that. I like that about growing up in San Francisco. And this reminded me of that. And I've grown to love it. I've been here 15 years now, and I've grown to love it even more. And sometimes I'm not quite sure why, but I love this place. I wanted to create a book, a history book, certifiably footnoted with all of the academic blah, 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 but that people would read. And so I think I've done that. First of all, it's very small on purpose, but then when I talked to people in the academy, what I was hearing is that this is the kind of book we want to use as an adjunct piece for our students to read. They will have their main textbooks, but we sometimes want to add women into our curriculum. And so a light went off, and I knew I had to have a title that grabbed the academic world, and it's as evil or as simple as that. So the title bespeaks my difficulty with trying to walk this road of writing a book that people will want to read, but that also will be used by the eggheads, my discipline, my lifetime's work, who want something that will reach their students, but is also academically sound. And that title sort of I think, grabs that intention. It's cumbersome. It's a cumbersome title, but it says pretty much what I wanted it to say. I had a prohibition that almost cost me my job, except I had tenure. I forbade juniors and seniors, they all will have to do research papers. You cannot do a paper on Harriet Tubman or Sojourner Truth in my class. You cannot. And of course, some people chose to interpret that as, I didn't understand how important these. No, I understood, but I also knew there were all these thousands, millions of other women. And you have to go and search it. It wasn't going to come to you like Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth. But it means you have to stretch your brain and broaden your questions. You cannot be satisfied with what's presented to you on a plate. Absolutely not. Well, particularly for black women, starting with slavery, of course, enslavement, of course, the intent was to always keep them in their place, not just theoretically, but physically. I mean, they were there to work. They were not there to think beyond what they were told to think. And so what we've developed, fortunately or unfortunately, and I think it's correct, is that 99.9% of black people, let alone black women, got to travel, move beyond their local environment. And I kept running across black women who not only left their local environment, but branched out beyond the borders of the United States. And that is an extraordinary thing for women in the 1800s, be they black or white, it didn't matter, for women to leave their city, state, or country was an amazing thing. It was only available, well, primarily available, to the daughters and wives and women folk of the mega rich. Other than that, 90% of women just were not allowed and could not move beyond a local area. And so when I kept running across these black women who dared not only to leave their local area, but to leave the United States of America on purpose, and especially during the era of slavery, That is an amazing thing. Those women are extraordinary women, and we know very little about them. We don't teach them primarily. We just don't teach them enough, if at all. Mary Church Terrell. Anna Cooper and Mary Church Terrell led parallel but very different lives. Their differences and their similarities cautions us against trying to squeeze black women's experiences, past or present, into one small box. Mary Church grew up in the black community, but she did so in a family that was headed by a man who was becoming a black Southern gentleman. With his expectations on how his family should live, he sent his daughter off to college at Oberlin. At Oberlin, she meets Anna from Raleigh, and they both graduate in 1884. They never became friends, but they ran in the same circles, and they knew each other very, very well. While Anna from Raleigh starts job hunting because she has to help support her mother, Mary from Tennessee is off to Europe with her father as a graduation gift. She stays there, they stay there for 3 whole months, touring England, Belgium, Switzerland, and France. And then the father returns back to the United States, and the unimaginable happens. It was impossible for any woman, white, black, rich. This just did not happen. But she has talked her father into letting her live and study abroad by herself. They didn't know people there. They had no connections there whatsoever. And that year turned into almost 2 years. She embarks on what was a rarity for women of that age. She starts out writing anti-lynching articles for magazines, and she gets them published in both black and white publications. Even when she labels Northerners as well as Southerners a hateful and lawless people. She joins and leads local and national black women's groups, and these are not tea and cookie women's groups. These are groups of women who collect food and clothing for the poor. They paid school fees for poor children. They supported a school or a home for the aged. They paid tuitions for nurses in training at Howard University. They organized campaigns against lynching, and they visited men and women in jailhouses, and they harassed public officials. Now, in the 1890s, harassing a public official, if you were black, meant they would ask public officials to meet with them to discuss what was happening to their people. Sarah Parker Remond makes it even more difficult for us to kind of put all black women of that period into one box. Because she was born, Remond was born freeborn, and she was the third generation of her family that had been born free in Massachusetts. And that's very unusual. Her grandparents, her grandfather had fought in the American Revolution, 1776, 78. So these are all black women. It's so easy to say during that period, this is how black women lived. It is not. Even these 4 black women exhibit differences that we should take account of. The masses of black women, if we could get into a history of the masses of black women, because these 4 women are very exceptional in many cases, we would find so many different stories. And that's what I want to do. I want black women to have the freedom of their individuality, even as they embrace being a part of a larger group and loving being a part of a larger group, but embrace their individuality as well. I'm so glad that within the last 6 months, I keep running across these things called Black Joy, because I think we need to see that. Black women especially need to see television programs or read books or unashamedly talk about being joyful. The bad side of our lives, it's there and we know it and we suffer the consequences of it every day of our lives. But we have got to find a way to find joy. And it's almost sinful in the eyes of many people for black women to seek joy, just to be happy. That's not okay for much of the world if we do that. But if we don't do it, We're going to have more of what I'm seeing too much of today, and that is unhappy, unhealthy, sad, mean, unloved, good black women. But there's no joy. There's no joy. So we've got to be responsible for our joy. We've got to go find it. We stay away from people who can't tolerate black female joy. Don't be around them. Get away from them. Get away from them. We've got to find our own joy, or we are going to be in bigger trouble than we are today. And we are, as a group, in terms of health, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And it's difficult because we are at an impasse right now around what to teach and who can teach, and a lot of it centers on the history. I would be sure to tell them, one, to find something that you are curious about or that you love. I don't care if it's baseball, cutting the grass, making a dress, and sink your intellect. I know this sounds simplistic, but sink your curiosity into that subject, because that can propel you to seek more and more advanced knowledge about that thing, and hopefully that'll branch out. If you don't, history is not something you can practice just because you have to. You have to find a way into loving and caring and teaching history. So you've got to find a thing, a physical thing or an idea that makes you curious or that you care about, and begin to focus your intellect on pursuing more knowledge about that thing. That'll see you past a lot of the craziness we're seeing today around what you can and cannot teach in history. And it's not going to be over quickly. I mean, I think we're going to have to ride this out. But history will out every time. And so just prepare yourself, hang on to your joy and your love of history, and be sure you're prepared. Prepare yourself absolutely and go for it. Don't let anybody stop you. Everything is transitorial. Where we are right now with history is a moment in time, because this too shall pass. This too shall pass.
Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Greensboro City Council. Today is April 17th, 2023. I do need a motion to come back from closed session.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Busewader. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. People wishing to speak must sign up by 6 p.m. by using the QMinder kiosk just outside the council door. Please see the courier for assistance. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance. Please silence any electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mr. Holston, would you lead us in the pledge? We welcome speakers to address council on specific agenda items. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes for comments, except during zoning items. Each side is allowed 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved, seconded, and the mayor will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda, which are items G1 through G24, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. All items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the May 16th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of the meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. I know that Dr. Wells, you have a request?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to request that item H9 be continued to our May 16th meeting. I feel that the developers and the community need more time to discuss this matter, and I wish the council would vote for that.
Second. Okay, do we have any speakers on that item? So the item on the floor is a continuance until the May 16th meeting of the Greensboro City Council. Do you want to speak for or against the continuance? Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak in opposition of the continuance. They're in favor of it. So we do have a motion by Dr. Wells, a second by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Oh, well, I see it's up on the screen. So council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Thank you. So that has been moved to the May 16th meeting of the City Council. Now we have the manager's report. Mr. Manager, do you have one today?
None. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to the consent agenda, which are G1 through G24. Any items to be removed? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We now move to the public hearing portion of our agenda.
Mayor.
Item H1 is a public hearing for a resolution authorizing an economic development incentive to Marshall USA LLC in the amount not to exceed $1,000 per job.
Move the item.
And we do have a presentation.
Can y'all see the presentation on your screen? There we go.
No. Yes,
How
now
about
it is.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm Marshall Yanley, Economic Development Manager for the city. This public hearing is for a request to authorize incentives for Marshall USA LLC. I'm going to get to the next one. Marshall USA LLC is a subsidiary of Marshall Aerospace, based in the United Kingdom. They're proposing to build a maintenance facility at the Piedmont Triad Airport. The company specializes in maintaining and upfitting C-130 aircraft for the military. The expansion would result in a capital investment of over $50 million and up to 240 new jobs over a 5-year period. The average wage of those jobs is $73,250, and none of those jobs would pay below $15 an hour. The company is requesting an incentive of amount of $1,000 a job. This slide here shows how they meet the minimum criteria of 25 jobs, the Guilford County average wage. They've surpassed that of $57,000 and over $7 million of investment. Staff recommends council consider this request to authorize these incentives of $1,000 per job. You'll note in the resolution the grant would be paid over a 5-year period. The 240 jobs would be retained through that period, and those new jobs will be posted with our local Workforce Development Board, and they will be required to host a job fair in each of those hiring phases. Physically present here tonight is Mr. Marvin J. Price and Mr. Brent Christensen of the Greensboro Chamber, as well as Mr. Tom Shaw and Melissa Pennington from the company, and online in the United Kingdom this evening is Ms. Mary Ann Bailey and Mr. Harrison Smith. That's all I have.
Yes, on the consent agenda, item G16 needed to have been pulled so that Mr. Matheny could be recused from that item. You could, yeah, I guess. It's not one of those where he has to have a motion. He just needs to announce that he's, associated with a nonprofit that's receiving funding. So it's, yes. And then revote G16.
Okay, so we're going to revote item G16, moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 8-0. Now we will move on to item number H2. H2 and H3 will be taken together. Item H2 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 1208 Ranchhurst Road, 0.45 acres, Bernadine and Michael McPherson. And item H3, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1208 Ranhurst Road, Bernadine and Michael McPherson. Mr. Kirkman?
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Having some quick technical issues.
And we do have 2 speakers in favor. Bernadine, I'm sorry, is it Bernadine? Bernadine, I apologize. And Michael McPherson are here in favor, I guess, if we have questions.
Okay. Apologize for that. The request this evening is annexation and original zoning for a single-family home. The property is currently zoned County RS30 residential single-family and is petitioning to become City R3 residential single-family. North, east, south, and west of the property is currently zoned County RS30 residential single-family. The property at this point, north, south, and west of this are also single-family dwellings, and east of the request is undeveloped land as well as single-family dwellings. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, and as exurban in the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. Staff would note that if this request is approved, that exurban designation will be changed to the urban general classification. This request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the prioritizing sustainability big idea to ensure all residents benefit from fair and just treatment in the distribution of public services. The proposed zoning district is intended to accommodate low-density, single-family, detached residential development that is similar to uses in the surrounding area, and staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard both the annexation and original zoning requests at their March 20th meeting. They voted unanimously to recommend approval of both items, and there were no speakers on that item. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have 2 speakers in favor who are here, I guess, if we have questions. Otherwise, is there a motion for the annexation?
So moved.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. And I had that as seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. You have Dr. Wells. And it passes 9-0. Item H3, and it does require a statement of consistency. Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request of the property at 1208 Ranhurst Road from County RS30 residential single family to City R3 residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted USO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built format and future land use map. The proposed city R3 zoning district permits use which fits the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. And that was voted on, and it passes 9-0. Item H4 and H5 will be read together. Item H4 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 4703 Trailwood Drive, 0.95 acres, Lindsay B. and Carl J. Champion. And item H5, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4703 Trailwood Drive, Lindsay B. and Carl J. Champion.
Move the item.
We do need to get a brief overview. We do not have speakers on these items.
I will be brief. Thank you. Again, the request is annexation and original zoning for a single-family dwelling coming into the city, currently zoned County RS40 residential single-family, and requesting City R3 residential single-family. North of this request is a combination of County RS40 and City R3. East of the request is City PUD Plan Unit Development. South and west is County RS40 residential single-family. Again, the subject property currently contains a single-family dwelling. North, south, and west of the request are also single-family dwellings, and east of the request is a golf course. This is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. The request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the Building Community Connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed district allows a low-density, single-family residential development that is consistent with other uses in the area, and staff is recommending approval of the request. Planning and Zoning Commission heard both the annexation and original zoning at their March 20th meeting and unanimously recommended approval of both items. There were no speakers on that agenda. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. If there are no questions for Mr. Kirkman, it was moved by Mrs. Thurm and seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Item H5, we do need a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Mrs. Thurm.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 4703 Trailwood Drive from County RS 40 to City R3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the best public interest.
Councilmember Abuzawader and Councilmember Wells.
And that passes 9-0. Item H6 and H7 will be taken together. Item number H6 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 5005 High Point Road, 1.53 acres. John Kilburn for Lou and Martin Green of Valley Brook LLC. And item H7, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 5005 High Point Road, John Kilburn for Lou and Martin Green of Valley Brook LLC. We do not have any speakers on these items. Mr. Kirkman, if you would give us a brief overview.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is for annexation and original zoning. The property is currently zoned County CZ MXU, which is conditional zoning mixed use, and they're requesting City CDCL, conditional district commercial low. North of this request is zoned a combination of County RS20 residential single family, County CZHB conditional zoning highway business, and City CDCH conditional district commercial high. East of the request is zoned County RS20 and City R3 residential single family. South of the request is a combination of, just County CZMXU conditional zoning mixed use, and then west of the request is a combination of County mixed use, County HB highway business, and County RS40 residential single family. The subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North of the request is a shopping center, single family dwellings, and undeveloped land. East of the request are single family dwellings. South of the request is an office building, and west of the request is a club lodge. This property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. The original zoning request does support the comprehensive plan's economic development goal to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed, and the filling in our framework big idea of ensuring mixed-use projects both strengthen and add value to the community. The proposed CDCL district allows a variety of lower intensity retail, service, and recreation uses, and we have determined this is complementary to uses already in existence in the surrounding area and are recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard these requests at their March 20th meeting and recommended unanimously for both the annexation and original zoning, and there were no speakers on that request. I can answer any questions.
Move H6.
Second, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Item H7 requires a statement of consistency. Okay, that's been moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mr. Holston, if you would read the statement.
The Greensboro City Council believes this action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5005 High Point Road from County CZMXU, conditional zoning mixed use, to City CDCL, conditional district commercial low, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDCL zoning district permits uses which fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. That passes 9-0.
Both pass. Both pass.
Item H8, public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 5908 and 5912 Ballinger Road. Mark Isaacson on behalf of Tom Flanagan for BRC Ballinger LLC, and we do have speakers signed up both for and against. Each side will get 15 minutes and with a 5-minute rebuttal. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request this evening is a rezoning from R3 residential single family and CDO conditional district office to CDO conditional district office. North and west of the subject property are currently zoned R3 residential single family. East of the property is zoned a combination of CDO conditional district office and CDRM12 conditional district residential multifamily. South of the subject property is zoned R3 residential single family and CDRM12 conditional district residential multifamily. The subject property currently contains undeveloped land and a single family dwelling. North of the request is a religious assembly use. East of the request is a bank and an assisted living facility. South of the request are multifamily dwellings, a fire station, and single family dwellings, and west of the request is a single family dwelling. The property is designated as a combination of residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as mixed-use residential within the New Garden Road strategic plan. It is also designated as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. There are a number of conditions that are associated with this request as shown on your screen and were advertised as part of the hearing this evening. The proposed zoning request does support the comprehensive plan's reinvestment info goal to promote sound investment in Greensboro's urban areas and the economic development goal to promote a healthy and diversified economy with a strong tax base and opportunities for employment, entrepreneurship, and for-profit and nonprofit economic development for all segments of the community. Staff has concluded that this proposed request does allow uses that are compatible with uses in the surrounding area and includes the previously approved zoning conditions for the portion of property that is currently zoned CDO related to use limitations, building heights, vegetative buffers, and building materials, and is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this request at their March 20th meeting. They did vote to approve the request. There was 1 speaker in favor and 4 in opposition. The decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission was subsequently appealed within the required 10-day appeal period, and that's what brings it before City Council this evening. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Mr. Isaacson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Mark Isaacson. My address is 804 Green Valley Road here in Greensboro, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the property owner, BRC Ballinger LLC, and with me this evening is a representative, a manager with that company, Tom Flanagan. Tom, if you'll just raise your hand, be identified. Thank you. This company acquired the property at the corner of Ballinger Road and New Garden Road, and this matter was presented to council about 2 years ago, and the property at the corner was rezoned for medical office uses. And you'll see here an extensive set of zoning conditions that were worked out then with stakeholders in the area, including members of the committee that were active with the New Garden Road corridor plan. Since then, the adjoining property owner, Mr. and Mrs. Sokol, approached us and said that they were relocating outside of Greensboro. They were moving to be closer to their children and grandchildren, and wondered if the company would be interested in acquiring their property. And so terms were worked out, and the company acquired the residential property adjoining the then office zone property. The purpose, and you'll see the properties here, the larger parcel outlined in red is the now existing office zone property at the corner, and the parcel highlighted in yellow is the subject property that the company recently acquired. The purpose of the acquisition of that property and the purpose of this rezoning is to align these properties together so that the company's use of the properties for medical office purposes can function well and can have sufficient parking for all of the patients, the staff, and the physicians that will be coming to and leaving from this property. This is submitted for illustrative purposes, and it is a sketch plan of the proposed medical office building. And if you'll look at the 2 rows of parking to the left and the buffer, you'll see that that is where the subject property, the residential property, is now located. So really that's the upshot of it, is that the company acquired this property and wants to use it for additional parking that is well above what the code requires, but we know that from experience that medical offices tend to have a lot of staggering in people arriving and leaving from, because medical physicians, professionals seem to be running late most of the time, and we want to make sure that those patients and others utilizing this property, this office, will be able to find adequate parking at the time of their appointment. You can see the entrance and exit on Ballinger Road. Nothing has changed in that regard. There's a covered entry. There's very adequate buffering, and that's required by the conditions to buffer the residential property to the west. And let me back up here for a moment. You'll see to the north of this property that there's a United Methodist Church there, and we did work out then, and we still have an arrangement with them for parking, so that the church will be able to use our lot for parking when they most need it. That is likely Wednesday evenings and Sundays, when the medical office will be closed. And so it's a very symbiotic relationship between the proposed medical office and the church to the north. To the west of the subject property, you'll see a house and a drive from the church out to Ballinger Road. That property is owned by the church, and we have no intention of acquiring that. They have no intention of selling it. They're using that house for their church purposes, and they're using that access road out to Ballinger for church purposes. So everything there will remain the same, and we have just added this property to provide more than adequate parking for our patients, our staff, our physicians who are utilizing the medical office property. As with our last rezoning, we sent out a letter to those property owners on the city's notification list. We did have a neighborhood meeting in mid-March. 3 people attended, 2 representatives of the Guilford College Alliance community, and 1 nearby property owner who just had a few questions. The main issue that was brought up at that meeting and at the zoning commission meeting was brought up by 2 representatives of the Guilford College Alliance community, and that concern was brought up back in 2021, was similarly raised about the Revolutionary War battle or skirmish that may have occurred in this area, and the potential for the remains of soldiers and others that might be buried here or located here. And so the company, we have taken that concern seriously, and you'll see here that before the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting in March, we have a letter from New South Associates that was engaged by the company to do 2 things: to perform an examination of the property's historical context regarding potential Revolutionary War battle or burial sites, and 2, to develop an action plan to be implemented in the event that unmarked graves are located during the course of the investigation or development of the properties. But since the date of that commission meeting last month, we heard further concerns about this issue. And so we dug a little, well, that's probably a bad comment, but we went a little further into the investigation and looked into this, and we have a message or a report from that archaeological firm. And I think the important points here are that, and this is submitted to you for your consideration, your review, but our archaeological experts have said that New South assessed both parcels, approximately 5 acres, for the potential presence of human graves related to the Battle of Guilford Courthouse that occurred in March 1781. I personally conducted a field assessment of the properties on April 5, 2023. This field assessment included a pedestrian walkover survey, metal detection, and soil probing. The goal of the assessment was to identify indications of human graves such as markers, surface depressions, vegetation, etc. In addition, as you'll see in this report, that firm conducted a record search of the historical records of the Battle of Guilford Courthouse and the associated skirmishes and came up with their report. There are links to New Garden Meeting House, established in 1756, and they have some extensive details in this report. The bottom line is that their recommendation is that New South does not recommend any further archaeological investigations prior to the development of the surveyed properties. There are unlikely to be any 18th century British graves within the properties. We recommend that on-site construction personnel be made aware of the potential evidence for possible human graves. A description of possible evidence of human graves, 18th century, from battle casualty will be proved in New South's final report. So not only do we have an action plan from the March letter that you have before you, but we have a more extensive report because we anticipated that there would be a question or several questions raised by members of the Alliance. And we certainly have a great deal of respect for members of the Alliance who are interested in history in this area, and we are also interested in the history of this property and this area. We want to be very sensitive to that concern and address it appropriately. And so this company has gone well above and beyond what it was required or even expected to do to address these questions well before any development work would commence. So there's more about the report in your materials that I've handed out to each of you. To summarize, I believe that as with the rezoning request for the medical office building 2 years ago, this request meets the principles of our comprehensive plan. This is a growing area of our city, and there are a number of uses in the area. There's a credit union building, there's a city fire station, there are other medical offices here. We think a medical office at this corner will be a great fit, and this request simply adds to the parking area and the extensive buffering that are required and expected for this property. And with that, be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Flanagan's here, and our archaeological consultant is online to address any questions that council may have.
Any questions for the applicants?
No question, but I would like to thank you because I know we've had many conversations about this property and that the applicant has gone well above and beyond and has taken the concerns of the community seriously and worked to address those concerns. And I just want to thank the applicant and you for all your hard work on that.
Thank you.
So we do have 4 people signed up in opposition. William McNeil, Max Carter, Stephen, William McNeil, Max Carter, Stephen O'Connell, and Jonathan Ballinger. You have a total of 15 minutes for all the speakers.
And Madam Mayor, I believe Mr. McNeil is on Zoom.
Mr. McNeil's on Zoom?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to start the video, but the host might need, if you want to see me, you don't need to see me. I can speak clearly.
We'd prefer that you have a...
Okay, there we go. Okay, fine. Well, thank you. We had anticipated an order of having Mr. O'Connell, if he is present in the room.
I think he was at the podium, Mr. O'Connell, getting ready to speak. Yes.
Good, good. We'd like him to go first, and then I will follow, and Jonathan Ballinger and Max Carter.
Good evening, Greensboro City Council. I'm Stephen O'Connell. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Kristen, as well as our close Ballinger Road neighbors, the Burns, Henshaws, Ballingers, and the New Garden Guilford College Alliance specifically, but I'm certain I carry the sentiment of everyone on Ballinger Road and the surrounding neighborhood. My wife and I own 5915 and 5917 Ballinger, which are directly across the road from 5912, so we have a big stake in this rezoning fight. 5917 was my grandmother's house. Ballinger Road had always been single-family residential. Then the corner home became a firehouse. Then the highly opposed, confusing multifamily R12 spot zoning was given to the Ballinger Manor townhomes. Now CDO on the corner and CDO barreling farther down Ballinger into this clearly residential area. We Ballinger homeowners are rightfully concerned for the future direction of our neighborhood. As it stands now, we face 18 months to 2 years of day to night construction with dirt, dust, noise, exhaust, and roadblocks. Once complete, there will be daily noise, exhaust, headlights, and traffic jams. Residential property values and quality of life will certainly suffer. There will be 311 parking spaces for the behemoth 60,000 square foot building. Certainly the owners want it fully occupied. When it is, 311 spaces could bring over 200 automobiles coming and going per hour to and from their two driveways, both of which dump only onto Ballinger Road, right into the one-lane stoplight connecting College, Fleming, New Garden, and Ballinger Roads. Headlights, exhaust, horns, congestion, noise all day, every day for the residents. The original plan for this building at 5908, approved in 2021 during high COVID, did not seek, need, or include 5912 Ballinger. It was whole and complete without 5912. 5908 was only the corner property at the already busy intersection. In spite of the intrusion into residential zoning and the detriment to the neighborhood, it made sense in one respect. All properties on the other three corners at that intersection were non-residential in some way. The attorney for the developers, Mr. Isaacson, said at the recent zoning hearing that they acquired 5912 Ballinger to make the parking lot more comfortable. But this intrusion makes every other stakeholder much more uncomfortable. It is the erosion by directed commercial creep of a formerly fine Guilford College Greensboro neighborhood. What is the conclusion to be drawn from this? The zoning board and possibly the city is willing to grant the powerful developers commercial zoning for 5912 that they originally did not want, did not ask for, and do not need in order to make the parking lot more comfortable over the loud and reasonable objections of nearby, stable, long-term tax-paying homeowners? Doesn't seem right to us. It makes zero sense from a logical planning perspective to allow CDO to come farther down Ballinger Road past the original corner property at 5908 and into clear residential areas. New Garden Road is the commercial growth corridor in this area, not Ballinger Road. The required on-property zoning change postings were and remain improperly posted and placed, not on the 5912 property as required, but at 5908, and the city website posting for the zoning change was and remains incorrect. Says CDO to CDO. This is contrary to city zoning postings and notification requirements. If 5912 rezoning goes forward in spite of our efforts and objections, we strongly petition the City Council, the Zoning Board, and developers through Mr. Isaacson to require the two minor design accommodations, if that's possible, that will make this development somewhat more acceptable to the nearby homeowners. We would ask that the retention pond be moved from the front of the property along 5908 and along Fleming Road to the west side of the lot at 5912. This may serve nearby residents as a noise and sight buffer to some degree. We would like to ask for adequate berms with blocking shrubberies to be installed and planted along all parking which faces or is across the street from any residents on Ballinger Road. This is the very least you could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just state for the record that the City Council can't require any conditions.
Okay. I did not know that. Thought it was worth a shot.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anybody else in opposition?
Yes.
McNeil?
Yes, good evening, members of City Council. I am Bill McNeil. I'm the co-clerk of the New Garden Guilford College Area Alliance, along with Gertrude Upperman, my co-clerk. I reside at 1014 Gretchen Lane in Greensboro. Our Alliance Board of Directors joined in support of owners of the property in filing this appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision. First, we observe that City Council often, almost always, agrees with planning and zoning decisions. Still, I join with others and ask you to overturn their approval for several valid reasons. We feel it's necessary to raise some of the issues that staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission seem to overlook. First, the Planning and Zoning Commission and the zoning staff appear to ignore the historic significance of our area in case after case, and indeed other neighborhoods. It's troubling that the staff report for the current case repeats language in its report for the 2021 zoning of 5908 Ballinger that the subject is not located in a City of Greensboro Historic District or Historic Heritage Community. This factual error contributed to an unqualified, unanimous, favorable recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission in 2021, and again in this 2023 case. Second, and related to this concern, the customary statement of consistency with the comprehensive plan that a Planning and Zoning Commissioner read in this case seems to pay no attention to the GSO 2040 comprehensive plan big idea of creating great places, specifically Goal B, that contains strategies that would continue to identify and promote the historic fabric of the city and continue to protect the city's historic resources. That big idea was completely ignored in the statement of consistency. It's especially troublesome that on a third issue, speaking to the issue of commercial creep, we're very concerned that including 52 or 5912 Ballinger in the office site will lead to further expansion of non-residential zoning and uses west along Ballinger Road. To the developer, this may seem like a logical addition to provide more parking for the office. To the neighborhood, it threatens the residential character of Ballinger Road. I will raise some points later when you take up the Fleming Road area plan, and I'm urging that we stop the creep of non-residential zoning at the intersection, the site that's already been zoned, the intersection of Fleming and New Garden Road. My final point is that the staff report and the planning and zoning decision seem to have ignored that idea. We contend that another office building with parking proceeding down Ballinger Road will do absolutely nothing to create a great place. In fact, it diminishes the reasons why so many of our neighbors consider this an already great place to live. So I would urge you, as you consider your vote this evening, to consider the impact of your decision on our great place. Whoever reads that statement of consistency with a comprehensive plan, I would urge you to move to deny this unnecessary rezoning because the request is clearly inconsistent with the comprehensive plan's big idea of creating great places and the affirmation of Goal B in that comprehensive plan. Your vote to approve this goal would harm our community's residential character. Thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you. Is Max Carter on Zoom?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Carter?
I am here. I don't have video yet. Start my video.
Mr.
Okay.
Carter, there is 6 minutes and 14 seconds remaining.
Okay.
And one additional speaker.
Thank you. In declaring the New Garden Guilford College area heritage community, City Council recognized many character-defining places and events in the community. Among them, featured in the city's own brochure, are the Revolutionary War Battle of New Garden, whose third skirmish was fought on and around the very property being considered tonight, leaving an estimated 24 dead, according to historian Algie Newland. Similarly, the Delis Ballinger House, which stood on that property until the developer demolished it. In our conversations with the developer, there's been a display of disregard for this heritage. One historic house was destroyed, and a radar survey of the grounds for the possibility of Revolutionary War graves on the site has not been done, even though that technology is readily available and has been recommended. An action plan has been promised in case artifacts are found in grading the site, but there is little chance that bulldozer archaeology will treat the site with the respect that it deserves. A walkover and probe is insufficient to find evidence of bodies that have lain there for 242 years. The developer has cited extensive research about the site and says there's little likelihood of graves being present. Some of that research is based on research done by a local chapter of the DAR. The developer implies that their research indicates that graves are not located on the Ballinger property. To the contrary, the DAR's research could neither conclusively determine whether graves are there or not there. The report shared previously by Mark Isaacson cites mostly historical detail about the Battle of Guilford Courthouse, which was fought several miles northeast of this site, and is therefore inappropriate as evidence of the lack of graves here. Radar technology could help determine that. In light of these points, I implore you to respect the heritage community and the history and heritage of the city of Greensboro by denying this rezoning, as the developer has not met minimal standards of using radar technology to survey the property for the possibility of Revolutionary War graves. Finally, in the 1950s, development and rezoning decisions destroyed the historic Warnersville community. Decades later, City Council sought to rectify those actions in part by creating the Heritage Community category, and Warnersville was the first named. Too late to save the character of that community, but it was a positive gesture. As development and zoning decisions continue to destroy the character of City Council's second heritage community, what decisions will City Council make to rectify those actions? Tonight is an opportunity, and I respectfully ask you to deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballinger? And then each side will have a 5-minute rebuttal.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Ballinger. I live at 6112 Ballinger Road, Greensboro, North Carolina. We have about 100 acres right past this property. We did not receive notice of residential being changed to commercial. And when you look it up, it says CDO to CDO. And all the neighbors thought, well, what's the reason for the sign? It says CDO to CDO. It did not say residential to commercial. And the information that was sent out said the same thing. And when you looked it up online, that's what it said. And so most of the neighbors did not come out to the zoning meeting. And the sign was placed 200 feet onto the corner lot that is not being rezoned, so to speak, because it's separate. The residential house was not posted. That's a mistake on the city's part, and it should have been fixed. The other thing is the applicant said in the rezoning meeting it was less than like an acre, and minuscule and stuff like that. In fact, it's 1.14 acres according to what the deed seems to show. And they got this passed 2 years ago under COVID, and it kind of slipped through, and the neighbors couldn't get there, and people couldn't get on Zoom, and it kind of slipped through the cracks, you might say, in the neighborhood for this building. And they said they were going to limit it to 48 feet tall. Well, 48 feet tall is as big as they can build, and now suddenly they need to make changes in the building appearance, and that's why they have included it with the other rezoning, I believe. And it says they wanted to have flexibility in their plans. Well, that means they want to change their building. Does that mean the building's getting bigger? And why do they suddenly need more parking? They didn't need more parking before. They said they had plenty, and it got passed that way. And one thing the neighborhood did have was at least 20 big, large oak trees over 3 feet in diameter that are on this property that's being rezoned from residential to commercial. And it will help block the noise and the building from the neighborhood. And they are very large and very substantial. And there's also a row of cedar trees there as well. The best use for this property is to remain residential. They don't need it, and it just needs to remain residential. And one more thing is they say the church is all in cahoots with them. They believe they want more parking and this and all. They did talk to the church 2 years ago. But when they came down to the meeting, they acted like they just talked to the church. Well, I've talked to the church, and they haven't heard from them in over 2 years. And they didn't even know this property was being rezoned, and they are against it as well, although they don't want to lose their agreement where they can park there. So they're not going to ruffle the feathers, but they were not in agreement with these trees being taken down or this being developed. Thank you.
Thank you. 5-minute rebuttal on behalf of the applicants.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to respond to a few of the points that we heard, I would suggest that rather than listen to those who may have done some research and may have some knowledge about the history of this property, I would submit to council the report of an expert archaeological historical firm that we haven't engaged at some significant cost to do a report and to make some findings that everyone can rely on, including council. We have taken the concerns about the history of this property very seriously. We've gone well above and beyond what's not only required but expected of an owner of property to address potential issues in the development of this land. I would suggest to council that there are a number of other properties in this area that have been developed, including a fire station. None of the properties that have been developed, none of those owners have gone to the extent that we have gone to because we care about this issue, we're concerned about it, and we take it seriously. We heard about the principles of the comprehensive plan, the 2040 plan, which I was involved in as a member of the steering committee, and great places to live. Part of being in a great place is being walkable, having connectivity. This will be a medical office building in an area that has grown over time in our city and is continuing to grow. We have a number of institutions in this area, including Guilford College and that entire community, friends' homes. Having access, walkable or an easy ride, to a medical office building is part of having a great place. It makes it so convenient and accessible for those that really need it in this area. This is a support service that will be provided to citizens that live in this area. I think that's an important factor to consider. Mr. Carter talked about historic homes being destroyed. There were no homes on this property, and this company has not touched any home on this property. And so I would beg to differ if that was the implication, that this company has had anything to do with the destruction of any historic home on this property. And finally, I would leave with council this, that I think you all have seen a number of rezonings in your time on council. You've seen a number of patterns of development in our city. I think office use is a very good transitional use between corridors such as New Garden Road and residential. It is just so common in our area to see this office use as a transitional use. And so it's been well embraced in our city over years. It has served our community well, and I believe it will serve us well in this specific location. We're here to provide an additional service to this area. We think that parking is important. We are going to preserve a buffer on the western side of this property under our conditions. And I would add that the question of dominoing down Ballinger Road or commercial creep, whatever we heard, is not relevant, not applicable here, because the church to the north, with whom we have an arrangement, owns that property next door. And so there is just virtually no possibility that that property will be disturbed, because that is their access out to Ballinger Road, and we all respect that and want to preserve it. Happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions or comments for Mrs. Thurm, then Mr. Buswaiter?
Yes, quick question. Did you all try get that property at the initial, did you try when you purchased the corner lot, did you try to get the so-called property at that time, or did you talk to them about acquiring their property at that time?
We did not have any conversation 2 years ago about acquiring their property. They approached us. We did have their support for the initial rezoning 2 years ago because we had an established buffer. We said we would preserve that, and that's what we're doing as well here. But no, that conversation came up on their volunteering to discuss the property with us and offering it to us because it just made logical sense.
So, Mr. Isaacson, if I read correctly, once the digging will go on to make this land buildable, that if by some chance there are any archaeological artifacts that are found, my understanding from what you've said is that all of that will stop and the archaeological assessment team will be coming in, correct?
That's exactly right. And Sean and Danny from New South are online in case you have any specific questions. I talked with them today. They're an hour and 15 minutes away. And everyone on our team is aware that if they find anything, any soil that looks different, any grade differences, anything at all that comes up, they are to stop work immediately, and we have a team ready to come in and address the issue.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Mazzini?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Isaacson, did y'all look at even flipping the retention pond at all? Is it possible?
I'm sorry, I did mean to address that, Mr. Metheny. That's a TRC question. That's an illustrative sketch. Our engineer, Mr. Truby, drew that so that that's the low-lying area, and we thought that was the best place preliminarily to locate it. But certainly this will go through technical review committee, a rigorous review. We are glad to invite any stakeholder here to participate in that process, and they're certainly able to weigh in on their opinions about it. But it's really an engineering question.
That's fair. And I guess we could respectfully request, if this project were to go through, that illustrative buffering per the neighbor's request, I would imagine would be something the developer would consider.
It's important to us as well for the buffering. We hate to keep reminding council of this. This is a medical office.
Right.
This is where people will be coming when they're in need of medical care. We want that to be an inviting, a welcoming community, a place for them to come in and not worry about a lot of different things. They're worried about their medical care at that point. So we're going to make it as inviting as possible.
Yeah, I have an office building in my backyard that's 3 or 4 stories tall. They're a good neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
See if you can keep those big trees, too.
Right.
Now there's 5 minutes for those in opposition.
Yeah, this is Bill McNeil. Are you able to hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First, this is not just about history and heritage, as important as that is, and I think Max may want to speak to the Dealis Ballinger House, as he said before, in rebuttal. It's about drawing the line. Where the extension of office zoning is a relevant issue. Mr. Isaacson said it was not relevant. Commercial creep was not relevant. I know that you draw lines in zoning cases all the time. Defining where non-residential zoning and usage should stop is the issue before you. And we contend it should stop at the corner at the 5908 Ballinger property and not extend further west. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to speak in rebuttal. Mark Isaacson says no historic building was destroyed on that property. The Dealis Ballinger House, built in 1904, is featured in the city's own brochure about character-defining structures in the heritage community. That building was demolished by the developer. Furthermore, Mr. Isaacson implies that graves may have occurred there. We know they did. We know that at least 24 people died in that area in the third skirmish of the Battle of New Garden. Algie Newland's book confirms that. I would ask why this archaeological firm that has been hired by the developer does not use the radar technology that we know is available and it was so effectively used by Deep River Friends to locate African American graves in their graveyard, why it's not used. I would posit that the developer may not want to use a technology that is more decisive in locating graves and is rolling the dice, assuming that if they find graves through radar technology, they will have further work to do. They're rolling the dice. They're gambling that bulldozer archaeology will not uncover anything 242 years old. I think it's a gamble on the developer's part to save money at the cost of our heritage. Thank you.
You've got 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
Thank you. Our disparate group of neighboring concerned citizens decided to spend a great deal of time and effort to organize, discuss, and put together a strong and cogent objection to this 5912 Ballinger rezoning at the March Zoning Board hearing. After we were voted down, the same group reorganized, spent more time, more effort, and now money in order to appeal that ruling and show the City Council and the Zoning Board just how important this is to us. As a neighborhood, we were not happy with the 60,000 square foot building in the first place, but accepted this as a somewhat logical completion of the already developed intersection properties on the corners. The creep of CDO down Ballinger Road is unnecessary, aggressive, and outrageously greedy. Please serve the voting citizens of Greensboro and decide in our favor and save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition?
Jonathan Ballinger again. As I said, there's a large group of trees. I would say there's 20. I know there's 17 at least, and I think there's 3 more in the back of oak trees that are huge. And there's nothing better for a barrier than that for the neighborhood that's on this residential property. And if they remain there and the house remains there, it can be sold as a residential house just like all the other houses, or the church may be interested in it for a parsonage or something like that. But their plan of a planning zone is 3-foot trees, and that will take, these trees are probably over 100 years old, and that can't be replaced once they're torn down. And we hope that you vote against this because it is not in character with the neighborhood, and we don't need more parking, and they didn't need more parking, and they argued that they needed no more parking when they got it rezoned the first time. And we just don't need it, and it doesn't fit into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by,
I had a question.
for those in opposition?
Yeah. Go ahead, press the button.
Okay.
I wanted to ask Mr. Carter, who's on talking about, I guess, the previous burial ground or whatever. What would be your suggestion for finding out if there's something buried there? Because I don't hear a resolution around that. If there was some, is there any kind of proof that something was there, historical marker, previous graves? And if not, how else would you find out if something was buried there or someone? I apologize.
And that was you, that question for Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Thank you for that question. We know that there are graves in that area. Algie Newland's historical research in his book, The Battle of New Garden, confirms that. We don't know where they are. What we have asked several times of the developer is to use the radar technology available that others have used to locate anomalies that can then be examined. That technology is available. We don't know if there are graves there. Research by the DAR and others is not conclusive about where the graves are, but we know there are graves in that area. The radar technology could determine that. A walkover and soil probe is inadequate to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I'm just wondering if Ms. Isaacson's gone. So, is he back there? Okay, I saw him walk away. Is there some compromise on that to do some technology just for confirmation, peace of mind? I hear you talk about,
Well, thank you for the question. We have a pretty extensive report that we submitted from this archaeological firm that's really experts out of Raleigh in these kinds of historical sites. And we would think that we would follow their recommendation. They have a plan that we have accepted, that we have agreed to abide by. This is really not a land use question. It's not appropriate to put it in a zoning condition, or we would have.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
really,
why I know it's not in the zoning.
it's outside the purview of the question on the table, but just in an effort to address the question, the concerns that were raised by members of the Alliance.
Correct.
We have, in good faith, engaged this firm. We have 2 reports from them, the initial report, the plan of action, or the agreement to enter into an action plan. And now we have more information on which to go by.
And I saw, and because you put it in your report too, with the other things.
It's part of the record.
You actually do have it here in the record.
It's part of the record, and we're ready, willing, and able to abide by the recommendations of this firm. I think that we will continue to discuss this with members of the Alliance. We look forward to continuing that conversation. It's not as if we just turned our back on this issue. We have engaged in this discussion. We'll continue to engage in it. And we look forward to cooperating and working toward a common goal, which we think is to determine if there's historical issues here or items here.
Right. Well, and I know it's not a land use matter, but since you put it in your report and it came up and you addressed it, I wanted to ask that because history is critically important, and particularly in that area. We made it a heritage community out that way, not all of it. But
well, just to go one step further on this, this is the group that we would work with if there is historical significance at this property. This would be the path to arranging for a state marker, one of the gray markers on this property that would commemorate the historical significance of this property. So we're prepared to follow up on that if the opportunity arises.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Carter, question for you also regarding the same path of the archaeological. You mentioned that you know that there are persons potentially, I'm sorry, in this area? Do you mean this parcel of land, or do you mean this area?
This area. And that's why we would respectfully ask that the technology available, that radar technology that was used so effectively at Deep River to locate graves, be applied here. Because we know there are graves, some 24, that we know from historians, in that area. Where they are, we don't know. The radar technology could confirm or deny the presence on this parcel.
Yeah, and just as a quick follow-up, I do notice in looking at the map and being somewhat familiar with the area that there have been other projects along New Garden, along Guilford College. Has the technology been used during those projects?
No, not to our knowledge. There was not an alliance present, and these other properties were developed, so there weren't advocates for that kind of historical research. Now is an opportunity to redress an oversight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0. Council comments or motion? Mr. Matheny?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just say, there's a lot that was going on in that discussion. Where to begin is kind of hard almost. First of all, the building can be built. It's just we're talking really about the excess parking, which has a buffer because the church owns 3.5 acres, actually 3.53 beside it, that creates a buffer. If there are graves on this site or anywhere in the vicinity, then the Battleground Parks District or something to that effect should be the ones, or somebody should be out there radar and doing whatever throughout not only this district but others. But we can't just pick one property because you don't want something there when on the corner you have a fire station that the city owns, you have a retirement community, you have a church, you have a bank, you have Guilford College, and you've got multifamily around. Honestly, this is the perfect location for a medical facility. And so there are buffers. I get trying to retain some trees. We can ask like we did for when you go through TRC to look at switching the pond, to putting and keeping the trees that you can. But this is a property that they own. Anybody else, if it was going to be a single family property where the parking is that we're talking about, this 1.14 acres, they're not the only ones that could have bought it. Somebody else could have bought it. They didn't. So this is combining it, which I think makes a lot of sense. And so I'll certainly be supporting it. And we did hear you, and we did respectfully ask them to, when they're going through this process, to keep an open mind and to try to work through some of the issues that you raised. So I'll be supporting it.
So just to follow up a little bit on what you're saying, and I'm not sure that this is a land use, but talking about the possible graves. I remember having this discussion back in 1995. That's when those original rezonings happened on New Garden Road. And I think that this discussion was very well debated when the credit union went in, and again when Brighton Gardens went in. And I think it's important to have this discussion. It's respectful, but there have been a lot of buildings since these discussions, and there have been no discoveries. I appreciate that this developer has gone a step further than any other developer to this point by actually doing some testing out in that area. When we say the area or around the area, that's a pretty big area. We can't just stop because something might be there. We've had these discussions since 1995 on just about every piece of property that has gone up. And I appreciate that it is something that we have to take under consideration, and I believe that the developer has done that in this case where others haven't. Any other comments? I can't see the list
sorry.
to speak. So, Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, let me just say, I applaud the developer again, I think, for being very sensitive to this issue that has come up. This area has changed drastically over really just the last decade plus. Again, I think it's really a perfect location. Had the Sokol house and property not become available, we wouldn't even be having this conversation today. And I understand wanting to take this opportunity to increase your amount of parking. I had an appointment last week with my neurologist, and he's in one of those 3 brick office buildings that are in that complex on Church Street. And I told him when I saw him, I said, it takes me longer to find a parking place in your garage than it takes me to drive here. So I think you can maybe you can probably have never have quite as much parking as sometimes as you need with these medical facilities. So I certainly understand that need, and we'll be supportive of this rezoning tonight.
I do not believe we have any other speakers. I do think we have a motion by Mrs. Thurm and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. And that passes 9-0. Item number H9. No, there was just one, just H8. Right, yeah, that was just a 1. There was no annexation on that one. So then we move to H10. H10 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning at 3307, 3309, and 3401YY Yanceyville Street. Judy Stadler on behalf of Charles C. Overby II for Carson Construction Company, LLC. Judy Brewer for Julia Brewer via power of attorney, Marcia and Will. And let me see if we do have 2 speakers in favor and 1 against. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to rezone from R5 residential single family to CDRM26 conditional district residential multifamily. North of this request is currently a zoned office, and oops, sorry, I'm on the wrong case. North and east of the subject property is zoned R5 residential single family. South of the subject property is zoned CDRM18 conditional district residential multifamily, and west of the property is currently zoned LI light industrial. The property has a combination of single family dwellings and undeveloped land. North of this request are single family dwellings and undeveloped land. East of the requests are single family dwellings. South of the requests are multifamily dwellings that are currently under construction, and west of the request is a railroad, self-storage facility, and trucking terminal. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. The applicant originally submitted 2 conditions associated with this request. Submitted one condition, number 1. Condition number 2 was added at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the applicant wishes to add 2 additional conditions to the request this evening, so I'll read those into the record for council's consideration. New condition number 3 reads, at least 33% of the multifamily dwelling units shall be leased to the elderly, age 55 and older. And new condition number 4, any residential buildings on the subject property shall consist of not less than 40% of a combination of the following building materials: brick, stone, glass, cementitious materials, e.g. hardy board, or similarly textured materials containing horizontal board and batten or shake patterns. So I ask City Council to consider those additional conditions.
All in favor, say aye.
Thank you. Staff has concluded this request does support the comprehensive plans creating great places, big idea to meet housing needs and desires with a sufficient and diverse supply of housing products, prices, and locations, and the filling in our framework big idea regarding how we arrange our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. The request, CDR 26 as condition, permits uses that are complementary to those existing in the surrounding area. Staff notes that Yanceyville Street is a major thoroughfare and higher density residential development is best suited to be located along a major thoroughfare. Staff would note care should be taken with respect to building orientation, materials, height, and visual buffers to ensure appropriate transitions to the lower density residential on adjacent properties. And staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this request at their March 20th meeting. They voted 5-4 to approve the request, but because there were less than 6 favorable votes, the case automatically moves on to City Council for consideration this evening. At that hearing, there was 1 speaker in favor and 2 speakers in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, it's Mark Isaacson at 804 Green Valley Road here in Greensboro. I'm here this evening on behalf of Carson Construction Company. Chuck Overby is here in the chamber. If you'll raise your hand and be identified, thank you. Also with us is our transportation engineer, Dion Brown from Davenport firm. Dion's right here in case there are any questions about transportation issues. For background purposes, Carson Construction is a local firm. It would like to develop this property, as you heard, for an age-targeted multifamily community. Several factors attracted Carson Construction to this particular property. Here on the screen is a slide showing an aerial view of the property along Yanceyville Street. The yellow star there is the subject property. Located within a short distance of this property are several medical care facilities or practices. And so those are, for an age-targeted community, those are important to have very accessible and provide that kind of support. So those are located within a very short distance from this property on Yanceyville. In addition, there are other supporting uses in the area, including grocery stores, convenience stores, a Walmart center, and of course, as you'll see here with the property identified on the west side of Yanceyville by the yellow star, this is on Yanceyville Street, which is a 4-lane corridor between Cone Boulevard and our new outer loop. And so we overall think that this is a very good location for multifamily property, especially one that is age-targeted. In addition, a question that I asked about this is what is the nearest accessibility to city transportation? And directly across the street is a bus stop at the intersection of Yanceyville and Spry Street. And so given the nature of the use or proposed use, we thought that it was important to point out to council the accessibility to the GTA route in the immediate area. And so that's what this is intended to show. This is a little bit broader scope of the zoning map than the staff typically presents, and you'll see the property on the west side of Yanceyville is highlighted in green. Immediately to the south is property already zoned RM18. This property, although we're requesting RM26, there's a condition on the property that limits the number of units down to RM20. And so when you look at the compatibility of this proposed use with the surrounding properties, we would submit that it is compatible with the RM18 property immediately adjoining to the south. There are also, if you look at the broader map, other properties zoned RM18 in this area. And so we think it's a very good mix of uses, commercial, medical, as I mentioned, support services, and other RM18 properties in this area along this corridor. This is submitted for illustrative purposes. It's a sketch plan showing the anticipated layout of the property, the multifamily development here. There will be amenities located on this property, a swimming pool and a clubhouse. There will be easy access on Yanceyville for this property, and you can see the layout. To the west of the property are railroad tracks and industrial properties to the west of that, or zoned light industrial. So we think it's a very good fit, very good transitional use on Yanceyville Street for this type of community. This is for illustrative purposes, also showing the layout. Of course, as you heard Mike indicate, we have added a building material condition to upgrade the building materials from what would otherwise not be required. And so submit this to council for illustrative purposes, but our client has had his architect design this, and this is what he intends to build on the property if this is approved. Next, this is a copy of a letter. There was a neighborhood meeting. I think a handful of people did attend the meeting. In addition, at the P&Z meeting last month, the main concern that we heard was about traffic on Yanceyville Street, and particularly about the high rate of speed of those people traveling on Yanceyville Street. And I understand, I travel around the city. I know on a 4-lane thoroughfare, people tend to go a little faster than they should. And so in response to that, our client with Dion from Davenport's office looked into how we might best address that concern. And again, this applicant has gone way above and beyond anything required. There was a transportation impact analysis that was approved by GDOT. It did not show any significant improvements to be made as a result of this project. However, our client researched this a little bit, and I know you all are probably familiar with this around the city, but these are radar speed detecting signs. They're active, and I know I've seen them. I tend to think about that when I'm traveling, and so there's a letter in here that follows this, but I wanted council to direct your attention to this because our client here really is concerned. I mean, he wants to develop this property for a senior-oriented community. He does not want to be a part of the problem. He wants to be a part of the solution here. And so he has made an offer to the city to fund the installation of up to 2 of these signs, and their cost is about $4,000 each. And so we have an offer to the city in the letter that follows to pay up to $8,000 for the installation of 2 of these radar speed detecting signs. And so I have heard response from GDOT, and we completely understand that anything that's going to be installed on the city's right-of-way needs to be studied, needs to be evaluated, determine if it's going to be effective. If it's put at this property, that's fine. If it's put somewhere else that's more effective, we are fine with that as well. We want to be part of the solution if there is an issue. It is the concern, the primary concern that we heard about at the P&Z meeting last month. And so this is the applicant's response in good faith to try to be part of the solution or help resolve a stated concern. And so you'll see the letter that I mentioned that's part of the record. I hope council will take us up on that, but if it takes some time, we understand. But there's the offer letter for up to $8,000 from Mr. Overby to help try to mitigate some of the issues that may be occurring on Yanceyville Street. We have, I think, a very good opportunity here on Yanceyville Street to set a high standard for future developments. This is a developing area of our city, Northeast. This is a developing corridor in our city. And my experience is that if you have a significant capital investment along a corridor, it tends to set a high standard for the future. And that's exactly what we want to achieve here. So we have the existing infrastructure, this 4-lane corridor. We have the support services in the immediate area. You have great access to Cone Boulevard and to the north to the outer loop, which provide easy access to a lot of different places where people work, where they visit, maybe go to different locations, medical offices, and so forth. So we think there's significant support services in the area that justify this kind of community being located here along a developing corridor in the northeast part of our city. And with that, glad to answer any questions. And again, Dion is here to answer any transportation questions, either here or in rebuttal.
Yes, I would like to hear from the transportation engineer who's here to kind of give us some little details around the traffic and the analysis piece. And I like your, I like the idea.
Are there any specific questions you might
Well,
have for
around
her?
the, have we determined, the speed, the ingress, the egress? Do you need additional? Right. Because it's a busy corridor, no doubt, but what do you see being the most problematic? I know speed is a problem all over the city.
Need to
but
give your name and address, too.
Hello, my name is Dion Brown, 4600 Marriott Drive, Raleigh, 27610. No, 12.
It's all right.
I work with Davenport. I did do the traffic analysis for this project. We did look at this parcel. From the visual, you saw that it was connecting to the parcel to the south. So there, in our TIA, it shows that there are 2 access points. So it's not all traffic going into that one access point to the north. With the traffic being split between those 2 parcels, based upon GDOT's ordinances and warrants, it does not require any turn lanes at either one of the access points because it is divided between those 2 access points. As Mr. Isaacson said, that the client is willing to look into the radar detectors. I did contact Mr. Nolan Tipton about those as well within the city, and he mentioned that the city doesn't usually put them on major thoroughfares, but they could contact the police if they would like to do that or do it privately, as they are choosing to do now. Was there another question you might have had for me? No. Okay. No problem.
Thank you.
Mayor Vaughn and council people, appreciate being here. I also was at the zoning board meeting at the end of March. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't hear anything about any senior citizen 40% quota in that apartment complex. It's encouraging to hear that. I live on Yanceyville Street, 3713, a few blocks up. Speeding is obviously always a concern. It was, can you hear me better now? I'm sorry, thank you. It is always a concern, but the thing I was concerned about living on that street for 10 years, being from Greensboro, there's a railroad track. The railroad that is spoken of most often at the zoning meeting was the railroad track behind where the complex is going to be. There is a railroad track, very active, 4 and 5 times a day, right on Yanceyville Street, up the hill and down a little ways. And when the train comes through, it is honestly not unusual to have 15, 18, 20 cars on either side waiting for the arm to go up. So those drivers come out, they're aggravated. The apartment complex that's proposed is from Cone Boulevard, about 2 blocks on the left. Diagonally across the street from that is Spry Street. There's Rankin Elementary School on the end of Spry and Summit Avenue. Lots of moms and dads are bringing kids out, taking them to school. It really creates traffic congestion. One of the zoning board members at the meeting mentioned that he had been there. He had a big truck. He pulled into the driveway of one of the homes that is going to be demolished if the plan goes through. and he had no problem getting in or getting out. You know, that's one vehicle, and I don't know what time of day that was. If you're going down Yanceyville Street, anytime from 5:30 or 6 until about 9:30, and then again in the afternoon about 3:30 or 4 into the way hours of the evening, it's the road from hell. And going in and out at 10 or 9:30, 10 in the morning, you might be okay, but there's school buses and things of that sort on that road. I can't rationalize in my mind. I heard today that there are 2 entrances. I had understood there was only 1 entrance and exit last meeting. But even with 2, people coming up off Cone Boulevard onto Yanceyville and trying to turn into those apartments, right past the railroad track coming toward those apartments, there's a crest of a hill, and you really can't see until someone crests the top of that hill as to whether or not it's safe to pull out or not. So I don't have an attorney with me. I'm just a taxpayer that's very concerned. It's where I live. I understand the need for multiple family housing. I've lived it in the past myself. My kids live in it out of town. But I don't want to see Yanceyville Street be eroded as a single family home place for people to raise their children and so forth too. There's some affordable single housing on that that street as well. But my concern is that it is a safety issue with 214 apartments. Even if only 1 driver is in each of those apartments, and I realize people are working from home some now still as a hangover from COVID, but even if you just have 1 driver out of 214 apartments, you have a lot more congestion on Yanceyville. I've spoken with David Abernathy and Nolan Tippin. They've been very helpful with information and so forth. They've been very realistic to give me some checks on how I feel strongly about it because I live there. But I also have seen many, many accidents because of people not paying attention and going around curves. It's a dangerous situation. I'm impressed that the builder would be interested to put some radar-type speed beacons, whatever you might call it, on that road. Then I also heard that builder is willing to donate up to $8,000 for that area or another where the need might be. So that doesn't give me great peace of mind that builder recognizes that the need is on Yanceyville Street where they're getting ready to add 214 more families. So I'm asking the council to look at this again. The zoning committee we did have some members on the zoning committee that could see the merit of it. And I would ask that the council also look to see if there's not something that could be done to make that a safer, if the apartment complex has to be there, to make it safer on an ongoing basis for the number of 13,000 cars a day, I'm told from the traffic study, just regular folks going up and down the road. So it needs to be a grave issue to be concerned with people, senior citizens particularly. No offense, I am one, driving out of that community, that apartment complex, turning it with cars coming down a hill from a railroad stop that might have been there, or folks going in the morning, early morning doctor appointments, as the case might be, turning out onto Yanceyville Street. And that apartment complex is a convenient location. It is closer to some medical facilities and so forth, but Cone Hospital is 3.5 miles away. And along that Cone Hospital corridor, you do have apartment buildings on Wendover Avenue and that sort of thing. And there is public transportation. But I would caution anybody to cross Yanceyville Street and catch the bus across the street, seriously. So I'd ask the City Council to reconsider.
Would be leased to the elderly age 55 and older. I don't know that I agree with that elderly 55 and over.
Yeah.
But
thank you for that.
Yes, but that is, but that was added at today's.
Hey now, wait a minute.
Yeah, well.
Let's don't take offense.
Yeah.
Any questions otherwise from me?
There, 5-minute rebuttal, and then Ms. Wagner, you'd have another 5 minutes if you wish to use it after Mr. Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quickly, I didn't come up with that definition.
We won't hold it against you.
It's a federal definition. I'm afraid a lot of us would qualify. We're also concerned about safety on Yanceyville Street, and that's why Mr. Overby, who's here, volunteered to make the offer he did in the letter. I don't know that we want to disagree with the Greensboro Department of Transportation or Davenport Engineering, who are both very experienced in analyzing these kinds of projects. I think that Dion would tell you that her report before we added the elderly condition showed a peak hour traffic of 124 vehicles in the peak hours. And so I think that's a fairly insignificant impact, and that would be further reduced because of the condition that's binding now and would be running with the land. I would say that the process has worked well. This went through the process of neighborhood meetings. It went through the process of P&Z meetings where concerns were voiced and expressed. The applicant heard those, we discussed those, and we responded in kind. And so I think that as my experience is that the process usually gets it about right, that we get to a point, these things come up through the funnel, so to speak, of the process. The conditions are used to shape the project into a position that we hope council will embrace and support, and I believe that's what's happened here. So I would look forward to another good addition to our community to meet a much needed demand for housing in this area. Thank you.
Mr. Isaacson, could you address the speed sign? You had said that the builder would put one on Yanceyville.
Yes.
The reason why he said, or maybe someplace else, is because he has to get permission.
Yes, this would go on the city right-of-way, and we would just, developers quite frequently fund certain improvements in connection or partnership with the city. This is not out of the ordinary, not unusual. But in this case, GDOT advised us that before it would approve such a sign, it would need to study the location, the placement. We all want that to be effective. And so we're ready, willing, and able to fund it, but the letter clearly says, and I discussed this with Hannah, that it's subject to the city's approval. So wherever it goes, we want it to be the most effective.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Isaacson? Sharon?
I do, Ms. Goldie. I did have one question, Mark, around the railroad. How far away is it from the railroad as far as property-wise and security-wise and safety-wise? Other than I know driving over it, but I'm saying.
You're talking about the crossing up near Lee's Chapel Road.
One of them, but
yeah, I think that's about 2 miles.
There's another railroad.
Well, the railroad tracks are to the west of this property, and they come around and go north, and I think there's a crossing at near Lee's Chapel.
Okay, so it's nothing that would impact seniors that would be having to walk somewhere?
That's right. That's right.
Would they? So
no, would not. They wouldn't be near that. That's right.
Yeah.
Unless they're very active seniors.
Well, some seniors are active now.
That's a pretty good hike there.
Right. Yeah, it is a pretty good hike, but I just wanted to ensure. So, and then the other question, I guess, as you build sidewalk, there's sidewalks out there already?
Yes.
Oh, they're already out there, so we
Right.
don't have, okay. So you don't have to, yeah, that's always a concern of mine. The development builds a sidewalk, but then it kind of drops off. It doesn't connect.
I think that's
But this
in
one
place.
is already all the way
I believe that's
out there
correct.
as well. Okay.
Goldie, do you have a question?
Yes. No, I have a comment.
Okay.
This project is located in District 2, and I think it will be a good project for District 2. I am really interested in the fact that the developers says that they would partner or give the money for the radar detectors, and I think we should, as a council, consider trying to accept that as a gift or something, because I think it's a good partnership that they would even think of doing that. And that was the main concern that they received from the residents, was about the speeding and I know there's one on West Friendly, I think, and every time I go past, when I notice I'm over speed limit, it has a little effect on me. So I think that would help, but I wish we would consider accepting that.
Mr. Matheny? Well, did you have a question for Mr. Isaacs? Okay. Ms. Wagner, you've got a 5-minute rebuttal.
Yes. I respectfully disagree about the distance from the railroad track. It's probably less than a mile. It is right past Rankin Street, and the house, the apartment complex is probably a block and a half, 2 blocks from the railroad. It's significant for the traffic flow. It's a safety issue as far as I'm concerned. I know I did learn at the zoning meeting that there had been letters presented to the neighborhood. I didn't get one. I live on Yanceyville. I would have been there for sure. So I can see that, my feelings have been made known and my reasons as to why they were made known at the zoning board as well. I think if the radar signs could be approved and expedited when construction starts, because realistically, when construction starts, you're going to be 12 to 18 months probably, unless they're different than most builders. I'm familiar with the company. I know they're really building a lot in Greensboro. My concern is that my neighborhood stays safe. I walk my dog that way all the time. That's how I saw the zoning issue board to begin with. So I'm just going to say that the railroad is closer than 2 miles. There is a railroad that's like 2.5 miles up the street, but that one is not the main one that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to close the public
So moved.
hearing? Moved by Zach, seconded by Mary Kay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0. Zach?
Ms. Wagner, I just want to say you were one of the most eloquent rebuttal speakers we've had on a zoning case. You stated your position very well, no matter how this goes. But before you left, I wanted to tell you that. I, like Dr. Wells, I live near this area. I hear that train. Actually, it woke my daughter up the other day when it was coming through. So like at 4 o'clock in the morning, I had a guest. So I know exactly where this property is. Don't make me blush. That's the elderly in me. I know the speed of this is going to continue to get worse. This is the same as coming south on Church Street. Because of all the development going on the north end of town through housing, from Summerfield down or Brown, the neighborhoods down, all that development, because of the housing that's going up, she's right. Church Street and Yanceyville are just stop zones. Has nothing to do with this development. It's got to do with the fact that we've got to plan better as a community. I love the fact, like Dr. Wells, that they're willing to put in those signs. We did that probably 15 years ago out at Abbotswood along Elm Street to help those folks that were driving out of Abbotswood approach and get on Elm Street. And the fact, we had a case earlier that was postponed or continued that the question was how many units is the most appropriate unit mix. And with this being 216 units and the housing that we need, in particular the housing that we need for, I'll call it more senior living or mature, this is a fantastic development, and I look forward to getting it passed.
I'm not going to repeat what Dr. Wells and Mr. Matheny have said, but I support them 100%. Actually, with the radar signs, we know we've got the one on Josephine Boyd. We've got one on Friendly. I understand that a lot has to be looked into that, being into transportation. But I understand sight lines, and you've got to make sure, and the right-of-way and all this good stuff. But since we're talking about this, I would love to see someday where corporations, businesses adopt a radar sign, for a street, because this is the biggest complaint this council gets. I know we need to talk about this development, which I am in favor of, but just to kind of put out there that you know, the speeding has been on every zoning request we've had. I guarantee it. There hasn't been one where it hasn't been. So I appreciate Mr. Overby coming up with this, and you know, got me thinking about what we could do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I just wanted to say, Goldie, I think this is great in your district. Hopefully, we can get more of these types of more respectful, responsible rezoning requests and apartments. But we do need to partner better with our private developers as well. This is the better way to do things. So I hope we work this speed thing out because it's too important.
Yeah. And Madam Mayor, if I could, while we're voting, also say that okay. All right. There is none? Yeah, just a quick comment, just similar to what Councilwoman Hightower just said. Supporting this effort, love the signs, love the fact of the senior living, but also combining that with, I think it was our last council meeting where we did the very same kind of senior living in District 1 off of Randleman Road. Two historically marginalized populations, so to speak, when it comes to senior living. So it's just nice to see that kind of growth and development in these communities.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its actions to approve the rezoning request of the properties 3307, 3309, and 3401 Yancey Street from R5, residential single family 5, to CDR M26, conditional district residential multifamily 26. To be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed EDRM26 zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fits the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and the approval is in the public interest. We did, I think.
Statement of consistency.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the properties at 5908 and 5912 Ballinger Road from R3 to CDO to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDO zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
So again, that was moved by Mrs. Thurm, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Let's just reaffirm that vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. We are going to take a quick break before we come back to item H11 and the rest of the agenda. 10 minutes.
With locations across the country, Red Crab now has a following and a home in Greensboro.
He is making the Red Crab Special number 2, which is the cluster snow crab, shrimp, and sausage. It also comes with corn and potato. So we just sit here and wait till it cooks to perfection, and then we'll pour it into the bowl bag.
Greensboro is steamier these days.
The bowl bag, so it's seafood in a bag. Literally, we cook our food and then we pour it into the bowl bag. Then we cook up our sauce and we pour that sauce on top and we tie it up. We serve it on a platter to our customers.
Those bags are part of the secret to Red Crab's success.
Red Crab is a phenomenal place to be. It is a seafood concept. We do bowl bags. We do fried food. It's the best place to be in Greensboro as far as seafood is concerned.
Sabrina Benjamin has lived in Greensboro all her life and never ate too much seafood.
My mom was allergic to seafood, so we didn't have much seafood.
But when she tried it,
I liked it right away. Shrimp is still my favorite to this day.
when she heard a new seafood concept was coming to Greensboro, she knew she wanted to be part of it.
I definitely wanted to get my foot in the door. I actually applied as a hostess, and in 2 months, I became a manager here.
She'd been in the restaurant business for years and was ready for a challenge.
I wanted to learn something new. I like a challenge, and it's definitely been a challenge. It's taught me new things, things I didn't even know about seafood.
What she learned was in Greensboro, seafood is a hit.
It worked. It worked. People enjoy it. People still come here, and our business is still growing. There you have it, guys. Perfection.
Okay, we've got special number 1 and special number 2, and it's time for lunch. Before we eat, let me tell you, there are 2 locations in Greensboro for Red Crab, one on Gate City Boulevard, one on Coon Boulevard at Pyramids Village, and you can check them out online and order online at redcrabseafood.com. Let's eat. There's a new name for play in Greensboro. The Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is open and ready for play in downtown Greensboro.
The exciting change for us today is a new name, a name to acknowledge and say thank you for an extraordinary gift by a very generous family, Nancy and Frank Brenner. And so we are delighted and thrilled that our new name is now Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum.
Frank, why did you want to get involved with the museum?
Look at this. I mean, once you bring your grandchildren here, you're hooked for life, and it's just such a great asset for Greensboro. So we're excited.
Tell us about your mother, for whom this is now named.
You know what? She tolerated me for 50 years, so wanted to do something to honor her, and I just think this fits perfectly. So we're happy to be here, happy to do it.
And what are some of your favorite things to do here?
What's not my favorite thing to do here? Quite frankly, just spend time with the grandkids. You know, whatever they want to do, I'm happy to move along with them. It's an incredible facility. It really is, and I appreciate everyone before me that put this together.
Well, we're glad to have you here for sure. Mary, the museum has been here for 23 years. The airplane, one of the very first original exhibits here. How has it changed over the years?
We have grown and evolved as time has gone. We have always been a fabulous, safe, fun place for kids and families. But when we first started, we had the fire truck was in this room, and things have been moved around. Exhibits have changed just as kids have changed and grown, and some things have been loved to death and been replaced by other things. So we have just evolved. In 2010, we opened the Edible Schoolyard, and that was a fabulous it's our half-acre teaching garden, a fabulous new way for families to explore, to teach kids about healthy eating. In 2017, we opened our outdoor climbing play plaza, which has just been fabulous, added a water feature and our digital experience in the growing place. And so we are constantly evolving to serve the community. We have lots of things in the works, new plans for exhibit overhauls, some surprises and fun things that are coming. All of our guest services areas are being refreshed and updated, our classrooms and birthday party rooms. But today, it is just really a special chapter in the life of the museum as we take this new name. To become the Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is just so incredibly exciting.
And this is a special gift from the Brenner family to honor Frank Brenner's mother.
Absolutely, yeah. So we approached Frank about a year ago to see if they would consider supporting our campaign, Building for Tomorrow, to invest in the infrastructure of the museum. We needed a new roof, we needed new HVAC, we needed a new security system, just all the things that go with an older building. And of course, he totally understood it, and we had a delightful conversation. And he said, this is important, and this institution is important to the community. And he said, let me think about what we can do, and called back that afternoon with just an amazing offer of a gift for the museum. And it's the largest gift the museum has ever received. And so we were so thrilled, and it's an honor to honor that gift and to say thank you. We thought it would just be fabulous to let the Brenners put a name on the museum, and Frank chose to name it for his mother.
And of course, mothers are the ones who care for their children, and whether that mother is not always a mother, it might be a father or a caregiver or grandparent, but we see them all at the museum all the time, so that feels like a really special thing.
It does. It adds such a personal touch, and it speaks to family, and that's what we're all about. And so we just couldn't be more pleased. We think it's such an exciting day. We love the new logo and colors that go with it. And so it's just going to take us forward. We're going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. We can't wait to play.
Come play anytime. We'll see you on the climbers, see you in the plane. Would you like to slide down the plane, Rosemary?
Oh, I might have to do that. Mm-hmm. Visit the museum in person on North Church Street and online at nbcmuseum.com. The Yellow Brick Road in downtown Greensboro leads straight to Community Theater of Greensboro. The organization has been producing family entertainment for decades and a very special program with some really impressive actors called On Stage and Inclusive.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Wendy, what is On Stage and Inclusive?
On Stage and Inclusive is our unique 2-week theater program where we engage participants from all over the community, folks with different disabilities and varying abilities, to come and have a 2-week theater program where we come in with no script, and by the magic of theater, after the end of 2 weeks, we have put together a performance with a complete show with a story arc, and there's songs, there's dancing, there's singing, and it is a very collaborative program where everyone in the company works together to create something that is uniquely theirs.
We start out with a little tiny idea. Strangers quickly become friends in this theater, and we come up with this whole story.
It's kind of magical.
It's completely magical.
How many years have you done On Stage and Inclusive?
I think 5.
What do you like about this program?
Meeting new friends and performing on stage.
Is it fun?
Yes.
What is fun about it?
Well, I do acting.
When did you start acting, or when did you start to love acting?
10 years ago.
10 years ago. You've done this all 10 years?
Yes.
Do you have a favorite show?
Mamma Mia.
Ooh, I like Mamma Mia too. Favorite character?
Sophie.
You're ready with all these, aren't you?
Yes, yes. This program is volunteer centric. That's what we are. It is a complete volunteer organization with a very small production staff, and it is also tuition free to all participants.
We talk about how this program was designed with individuals with disabilities in mind, but we also recruit performers who have an expertise in theater, and they don't come in with this feeling that they maybe know a lot about the disabled community, and I love that they leave and they say, oh, these are just people.
Why did you get involved with Onstage and Inclusive?
Well, initially, Wendy asked me to, and I said yes immediately because I just love the idea.
Was it intimidating to come into a show that you had to come up with it all and do it all in 2 weeks?
Yes, definitely, but there's a lot of great creativity from the cast, so we really get together and we make something happen that way.
I like performing because I'm able to sing very beautifully, and I get to be with more people, and I get to know more people.
How does this show make you feel?
I feel happy about that. Everyone in the show is excited about a play.
Why do you love this program?
Onstage and Inclusive is a passion of mine. I have always had an interest in my background is in both theater and the disability community. So for me, it's just a perfect blending of everything that I love and feel passionate about. I particularly enjoy all of our participants year to year, and having the opportunity to meet and work with citizens of our beautiful city who maybe we never would have met otherwise, and we just have this amazing opportunity to cross paths and become lifelong friends.
What do you like about Onstage and Inclusive?
It's perfect that way. It's perfect here.
What makes it perfect?
Meredith is the best director in the world. She's the best.
What brings you back year after year?
I just think it is the best feeling when we talked about when it starts out, it feels a little overwhelming. How is this all going to happen in 2 weeks? But it does every time, and it's the greatest feeling of satisfaction. I never get more heartfelt hugs from any other cast when it's all said and done. And I love that this cast doesn't have any kind of sense of embarrassment. They just fully throw themselves in. It's contagious. So one person has the bravery to try out something new, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try something, really put myself out there when my scene comes up. So I love that. I love that contagious enthusiasm. And really there's not a lot of self-consciousness here. We all feel like we can just be ourselves and go for it.
Tell me what you love about Onstage and Inclusive and all these people you've been working with for the past 2 weeks.
Well, I've done on stage since when I was in middle school in 8th grade.
Wow. And what keeps you coming back?
One little secret. The people that I know and the people who knows me.
That's a good reason. CTG is always looking for support for Onstage and Inclusive. You can get involved as an actor or a volunteer at ctgso.org. Welcome to this latest installment of Greensboro Business Profiles. I'm your host, Carla Banks. Join me as I feature a variety of business owners who choose to call Greensboro their home. It goes without saying, the small business community is critical to our local economy. Greensboro Business Profiles highlights their services and celebrates their contributions. Let's meet today's profile.
My name is Trish Adams, and I am the owner-operator of Dream Builders Realty. The name came to me because I'm from a small town, and the community that I grew up in was housing. It was community housing. the projects, for lack of a better term. And in my community, we didn't talk about home ownership. So I went from the projects to the dorm to an apartment, and then I was finally blessed to own my own home. So where I grew up, we didn't talk about home ownership. We didn't talk about credit. And my niche of clientele have been those that have not had that push to get them into home ownership. So at Dream Builders, our tagline is, we are fulfilling dreams and lifestyles. So that is my goal, to fulfill that dream and to help fulfill that lifestyles for those that want to have home ownership but have not had that extra push, did not think that it was possible, that their dream could be built and it could be achieved. So our core mission is just to help anyone that is wanting to buy, sell, or invest in real estate. That's what we're going to help them do. It could be the first-time home buyer. It can be the move-up buyer. It can be those looking for investment properties or wanting to build a legacy and diversify their income. So we're there to help you, hold your hand through any step of the process, whether you're looking to buy, sell, or invest. That's our mission. My team is awesome. Really love my team. There are 14 of us. 13 of us are women. So we have our lone soldier that is with us. He's hanging in there. We come from different parts of the state. Primarily, we're here in Greensboro and High Point. But we, as realtors, we can service any part of the state technically. But we are focused on the Piedmont Tri area, so basically anywhere in the 336 area code. We have a few that have relocated here. One of our team members is from Philly. We have another team member who was an Army brat by association, and she relocated here, having grown up in different parts of the country. And she's Hispanic, she's Puerto Rican, so we do have that representation on our team as well that we're really proud of, that we can service different clients in that capacity. Well, I'm a transplant as well. I'm a Spartan by trade. My degree is from UNCG. So once leaving home and resettling here, I just stayed. I've tried to leave on a few occasions, but evidently Greensboro wanted me here. So Greensboro's home. So this is where I've set my groundwork, built my roots, and this is the primary area where we work. We have a website, and it's www.dbrealty, so it's dbrealtyllc.com. You can find us on Facebook. We have a page there, fan page, which is Dream Builders Realty there. You can find me on social media on the various sites at Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and the easiest way to find me is Trish Sells Houses. Because if you try to find, just look at my government name, there are a lot of Patricia Adams. So the easiest way to find me on any social media is Trish Sells Houses.
I hope you enjoyed meeting today's business profile. If you are a business owner who would like to be featured, or you want to nominate someone for Greensboro Business Profiles, send me an email. I look forward to hearing from you and spotlighting our next business profile.
Of the Fleming Road Plan. We do have 3 speakers in favor of that. Want to give us a brief overview?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Russ Clegg, and I'm the manager of the Long Range Planning Division in the Planning Department. And tonight, as we said, we are asking City Council to hold a public hearing and make a decision on adopting the Fleming Road Area Plan and the accompanying amendments to the GSO 2040 Future Land Use Map and Future Built Form Map. The Planning and Zoning Commission took public comments and made a unanimous recommendation in favor of adopting the plan at their meeting on March 20th. The plan focuses on a section of Fleming Road from the intersection with Ballinger Road on the south to the urban loop on the north. Though the recommendations are focused on Fleming Road, the area you see on the map was included in some recommendations and was used for public outreach. Jeff Sovich was the project manager and is here tonight as well to answer any questions that you may have. Well, let's see. If I can get to the next screen. There we go. The city creates small area plans as an opportunity for property owners, neighbors, and businesses to influence the characteristics that affect their living environment and the quality of life. City Council directed staff to start the Fleming Road planning process in March of 2021 to think about the future of the corridor in anticipation of pressure for change due to growth around the airport and the level we have seen around adjacent corridors. We had our first public meetings in early 2022. The public process involved 3 sets of public meetings as well as multiple surveys and polls. Overall, we had nearly 800 touch points with the community over the entire process. From all that engagement, we found that residents want to keep the residential and natural character of the area. They have concerns about improving traffic safety and reducing conflicts between cars and pedestrians and cyclists, are wary of new development and would like any new development to be of low intensity and well landscaped, and are missing public gathering spaces, transit, a fully connected sidewalk network, emergency care, and park resources. The plan will provide information and will be a resource for decision makers if zoning changes are requested, can inform capital improvement planning and funding decisions, and can serve as a tool for the community to advocate for changes they want to see. The plan is not a major streetscape plan, nor does it call for any changes to the zoning map, and with one exception, which I will discuss in a moment, there are no changes proposed to our comprehensive plan, GSO 2040. From a land use perspective, the plan calls for keeping the current residential nature of the corridor and focusing higher intensity uses into the nearby activity centers. It also focuses some recommendations on the 3 particular large parcels that are less developed and have a higher likelihood for change. This plan is constructed to be in keeping with GSO 2040. The Fleming Road plan's recommendations are put in the framework of the goals and strategies of the comprehensive plan's 6 big ideas. For rezoning cases, the plan refers to the 10 rezoning questions that are in GSO 2040, but offers more detailed local information about the area and a background of public input. I will add that in recent conversations with our community, we have added a mention about the heritage community designation to this plan, and specifically the larger, less developed area on Ballinger Road. We'll include a link to our brochure about that area, as well as a story map we have developed about the area, just to make sure people are aware of that nice designation. During the planning process, there was a change to the long-range transportation plans that does affect a small portion of this plan. On this future land use map from GSO 2040, you can see a small circle with an arrow pointing to it, denoting commercial uses near the northern edge of this map, straddling the urban loop. This was placed there in anticipation of an extension of Fleming Road to the north that would have joined with Lewiston Road, and they would have had an interchange with the loop. This commercial designation and a similar activity center designation on the future built form map were placed there in anticipation of commercial uses around that future interchange. After extensive review and public comment, the Greensboro area MPO adopted an amendment to remove this connector and interchange from the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. As a result, this commercial area will be changed to residential and the activity center removed. So that's a very brief overview of this plan, but at this point, I want to know if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes, we do have 3 speakers. We have Dion Brown, William McNeil, and Carol Carter. Mr. McNeil is by Zoom. You each have 3 minutes to speak. Is Mr. McNeil still on Zoom?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm here. Thank you very much. Yeah, for the record, I'm Bill McNeil. I live at 1014 Gretchen Lane, and I am co-clerk of the New Garden Guilford College Community Area Alliance. I'm speaking tonight in support of the Fleming Road Area Plan. I support its call for confining commercial uses close to the Fleming Road New Garden Road intersection. You heard Russ Clegg describe that in his explanation of the plan. I ask that the heritage of the area be recognized explicitly in the text of the plan, and more specifically in the discussion on the Ballinger Farm, which is considered Site C on page 31. I believe from what Russ said, the staff supports these suggestions, And I ask you, for the record of tonight's meeting, after you and as you approve the plan, which I hope you will, that we make that explicitly part of the record for going forward. This is a good guide. It will serve very well to see that the area is appropriately developed, respecting the residential character and the historic character of the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Carter?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. At the Zoning Commission, I believe it was almost 11 o'clock before we got to this item. And now I've learned over the last hour how old I am. It's close to time to get home for Betty by, I guess. But I am Carol Carter, 5505 Hempstead Drive, 27410. A couple of years ago, I approached Councilwoman Thurm about doing a corridor plan for Fleming Road. We had just finished the New Garden Road plan, and New Garden Road had already pretty much developed out, though there are still some properties. And Horsepen Creek Road was another one of the old roads that had developed out. And I wanted to do something for Fleming Road before things come along. So to really tell my age, we moved out off Fleming Road in 1966. And there was most of the neighborhoods that are on Fleming Road now on the east side were already there in 1966. We were way out in the county. We liked it that way, but then the Cardinal built and all things changed. And so those neighborhoods have been there and been established for quite some time. And after watching the New Garden Road change and Horsepen Creek Road change, I asked to have a study done along with neighbors, because Fleming Road is a bit different than the other two. Fleming Road frontage lots are mainly half-acre lots with single-family houses already on them. They're not the big lots that you found on New Garden Road and on Horsepen Creek Road. There was still some remaining farm. There is one area where there are larger lots, but by deed restriction, it's a single-family home on these larger lots. And then you have the 66 acres at Isaacson Boulevard that for years, even back when I was here, before I was here, has had a plan recorded as a PUD for some time. And then again, it gets into half-acre lots, three-quarter-acre lots from Fleming up to Lewiston. So the character of the frontage of Fleming is so much different than the character of Horsepen Creek Road and the character of New Garden Road, making it a bit more different or difficult to assemble frontage lots for non-residential development because the back is, sorry, so I should have looked. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dion Brown? Okay, I guess those are the only two speakers that we have on this item. I think we need to close the public hearing on that. It's still
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Boozawaiter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0.
Move the item.
Zach?
So do I. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, looking at these plans and looking at that huge map that was on there, especially from Isaacson Boulevard north to Lewiston Road, which the Beltway runs in the middle of, including that and the Fleming Road extension is going to be problematic. Just looking at it from a GIS, which I love GIS. I'm on it constantly every day. Just to give you a heads up, like 1901 Fleming Road is 10 plus acres, and it is right adjacent to Bryan Boulevard. one owner. If I was a multifamily investor, I'm going to call on them to buy that property, and it's going to come in front of us. And so one of the things that I get concerned about when making these plans is that to manage expectations of a neighborhood, you know, and that's a concern, and it's going to come up. Another one, 1412 Fleming Road, is 22 acres. One of them already is zoned, which was the Madison Village Apartments. They own 62 acres just north of Fleming Road, and I don't know if they've begun construction. They closed on it September 12th of 2022. And so just as we're going down the road thinking about planning, looking at what's there and what is the opportunity for which folks could build. And so to go back and say, number one was we're going to maintain a quiet, safe, low-density residential, I think is disingenuous. It doesn't meet our plan for housing, and it's going to be problematic due to the large parcels of land that are adjacent on this map. And so I just encourage us as council and staff that when we're doing this, listening to the neighbors is one thing. Managing expectations for the future of planning is another. And mixed affordable housing, which is what they said, abundance of, when we read these things, the last, one of the ones is, you know, abundance of attainable housing. Well, that's not large lot, single family, quiet, low density residential.
If I may address those points?
No, ma'am.
No. We've
But-
closed
They
the
were,
public hearing.
okay, they were recognized in the study. We know that. So.
So I just am stressing that I've seen it with Kirkwood Place, when we, Kirkwood neighborhood, when we did this a while back, and I just want to manage everybody's expectations that there's large areas of land around there that are prime for redevelopment, and it's not going to be all low-density residential.
Any other comments? Sharon?
Looking at this plan, as I ran through just a little bit, where did you get these objectives? Who came up with these objectives? Maintaining the quiet, safe, and predominantly low density, improving traffic law. Was that working with the neighborhood, I assume, protecting the natural environment, improving the quantity and quality, rec facilities, promoting the use of high quality design, material and landscaping? So how did we arrive there? Because I think all neighborhoods want some of this. And so how did we arrive there? And I'm going somewhere with this, but I want to know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. I apologize, I can't see y'all very well with the podium in the way there. But we did a lot of analysis.
Russ, you can come back up if you want to. Yeah, so we can see you.
We did a lot of research when we started the process. Like we do with any process, we did a lot of extensive talking with the neighborhoods. We had a lot of surveys looking at visual preferences and a lot of meetings where we talked about, you know, what people wanted to see, what their concerns were, and those recommendations spring out of that. So certainly there's a lot of commonality to what people want in different neighborhoods, of course. And I think people want to see, they're realistic about development coming to the area, but they want to see it in a way that fits in and is compatible. Particularly on those bigger sites, it doesn't preclude some multifamily, but it talks about how that can be fit in with that larger area. So that's where those come from.
So when you talk about maintaining predominantly low density residential character, what ensures that it will remain low? Or did you put some parameters in place to ensure it stays low? Or is that just something somebody would like to have?
That is, well, this is a policy guide. So this person would come with a rezoning request. The Planning and Zoning Commission or to this body, and you guys would look at this and see, what are if somebody were to propose something that's higher in density or more intensity, how would that affect the surrounding properties? How would the roads next to it be able to handle it? How does it fit in with that particular case? Hard to discuss in the abstract, but those would be those. There's 10 questions in the back of the comprehensive plan are repeated in this plan, so you can look through those and try to think through how that fits in with the recommendations of the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Russ. And this is no way directed at you. We work together. But let me say this. I asked for an area plan for Southeast Greensboro, and it's still floating in the wind, and seems to be a difficult conversation. But I think all communities want to experience all of this, and it's amazing to me that this moved as quickly as it moved from 21 to now, 23. And I'm very concerned. I mean, you got an area plan, great, and I'd love to support it, but what am I going to get on the end where I represent folk at who are asking for the very same thing? They talk about high density. They want some low density as well. We just have one tonight that got put off. It's got 300. So you need a character in the area. But oftentimes we get a lot of pushback from that because we say, well, but we need housing. And so we got to have it. We got to do it. But there are communities that want the very same thing as what is listed here. We got to start being equitable about this. Southeast Greensboro has come, have talked about it. They've met with staff. They've got somebody that they sent them. They came back most recently. But we've been talking about this well over 2 years as well, and yet no movement. And so I need to see things move a little bit faster. All these things are great, absolutely phenomenal to do, but you got to do it on an equal basis. And Southeast Greensboro is growing leaps and bounds. The rezonings that are coming out of there are overwhelming. So we need to have some control in that area as well. So I want to know what is the next step to get that. And maybe it doesn't speak to this plan here, but it does to me. When I saw it and I read it and I read what was in it and the agenda item and the notes, I'm like, this is the same identical thing we've been talking about over on the other side of town. The same thing. How do we move that? When does that get moved? When do we address the communities that say we need that? What?
We have the Jonesboro Scott plan that he's been working on, but it's been 7 or 8 years. Longer
we
than
all
that,
gonna be, but
longer than that.
But but when do you see one side that takes 7 to 10 and one side that takes 2 to 3? You just start a conversation and you're moving. Start over here,
That's the truth.
and you ain't moving. When is that going to happen? So this is, this is concerning to me that I see this here tonight. And my first instinct is to vote no. It's to vote no. Because until you treat me the same, I don't feel like it. My community don't feel it. And they watching tonight. I guarantee you they watching tonight. And they saying, oh, but y'all did that over there. New Garden, Lawndale, Battleground, you did all that. And here we are asking. We need to do, we got to do better. We got to do better. I'm sorry. I mean, there's certain neighborhoods want low density. We all want traffic monitoring. Just like what we heard tonight about Yanceyville. And we're turning down people who want to help us control some of the, we're turning that down. I don't understand that rationale. I really, truly don't. Staff, I appreciate you. You do a good job. I get you only do what you got, but we have to send the right directive. This has got to be done better. I'm sorry.
Well, the comment that Councilwoman Hightower brought to our attention, and it is something we have to look at. And we said in our retreat that we would, and sometimes we do have to just bring things to the front. And I know Russ has been working with us on that project for years and years, and then to see other projects move faster, it does make you think. But I'm encouraged because I believe that we're going to do better. That's my hope, that we do better. But you have to be reminded, and I think Councilwoman Hightower is like the one to put the little pin every now and then to say we need to do better. And it does cause us to, stop and think and all of that. So I just hope that the council will be aware that what she's saying, it does ring true, and we need to do something about that.
I was just going to ask staff if they could address the differences, and is there a difference between, because I totally understand what Councilwoman Hightower and Dr. Wells have been saying, but is there a difference in approach, or what's the difference where one takes so long and another doesn't?
In the case of Fleming Road, I'll be honest, I'm not pleased that it took us 2 years to get that finished because there weren't that many land use issues to deal with. There were a few, but they're taking a longer time to get some of the analysis done, something with that level. We're not talking about funding. We weren't talking about major changes, things that what could you anticipate change happening with the influence of the airport. So when we got that expression from that direction from council on March 2nd, 2021, we jumped on it. It took longer to get neighbors organized because it is kind of a spread out and more suburban place. We ended up taking longer than any of us would have liked. In terms of how many plans we're doing and where we're doing them, we sent at the request of council a list of all the neighborhood corridor and area plans that we have done and that are adopted by the city and what council district they are in. And that went out, I believe, Thursday or Friday. And you have the numbers, and there's quite enough and different types of them, from corridor plans, for example, the Gate City corridor plan that used to be the West Lee Street, High Point Road corridor plan. When we were doing the comprehensive plan, we talked about the need to do more area planning, more neighborhood planning, more corridor planning at that finer scale, because the comprehensive plan is a 30,000-foot view, and there are lots of changes that you have been dealing with cases this evening. So we recommended, when we were talking in our individual meetings, that the first corridor we do would be the East Gate City corridor plan, because it connected so many neighborhoods and so many investments, including the Windsor-Chavis Center, that major investment by the city. What are those land uses? What are those changes that could be leveraged? How could we make that a better connection? So that one has taken longer because there are a lot of neighborhoods involved and other stakeholders. So, but we're finishing up that process, and actually we hope to bring it to you. I'm looking at Russ, May?
In planning board in May, and you guys in June.
So many of you came out to the public meetings that we had at Windsor Center and the public with the turnout. So there's not any one answer of why some take longer than others. In the case of Southeast Greensboro, there's different approaches that were taken from a prior assistant city manager who wanted to have more concentrated and wanted to direct more very specific community conversations outside of any type of planning process. And then we had some changes. That doesn't explain everything, but it wasn't the same. We didn't go into it as this is a planning process. It was, here are a list of concerns, and there are serious concerns between trash and traffic and not having enough open space and parks and other things. It's also a 9 square mile area, which is a huge neighborhood. There's a lot of different neighborhoods that come into that, and there's no unifying characteristic. So that one's going to be a challenge, but we're up for it. We will have Fleming Road adopted tonight, hopefully. We will have Gate City hopefully adopted shortly by the end of the fiscal year, and we have time to move on to other projects. So I realize this is a long answer, but there's no one. So sometimes they're short and strategic, and we need to intervene. For example, the West Friendly Avenue plan took a very short period of time because it was very strategic. It was about a very specific set of land uses. We knew exactly who was involved, and I want to say that one was done in 6 or 8 months or so, but it was a different type of plan. So I realize these answers are not totally satisfactory, but I hope they help inform what we're doing. So we will have a clearer plate shortly. I understand the McAdams report is finished for the Southeast and has been distributed to the Southeast Coalition, and that the City Manager's Office is looking for common dates with the Southeast Coalition and McAdams to get a meeting set up to go over those recommendations.
I'll just add to that thank you, Sue. We're going to clean it up. We're going to come back and give you a better answer. But because I understand where the conversation is going. I've seen the 2 plans. I know it takes about 15 to 18 months to do an area plan. If you really have the staffing capacity to do it, if you don't, it can really easily be 24 months or longer. But I also see the disparity here between this plan and what Southeast Greensboro has been asking for. We will clean it up. We will come back to you with a cleaner answer. We'll work with Southeast Greensboro to make sure that we reflect some of their thoughts and your thoughts and your intentions for that plan. Sue is correct. We've reached out to them. We have a report now. We've reached out. We're looking at dates where we can sit down and meet with them. It may be that at the end of the day, it's not necessarily an area plan in the spirit of this, but something that's really customized to meet the goals and aspirations of the community. It's still a plan. The beauty of a plan is that we can always come back and amend it and go back to the community and talk a lot about it. So I'll make sure that we work with our planning department to ensure that we clean this up, so to speak, and come back to you to make sure that we also are consistent with the vision that you laid out for us of an equitable city. And it starts from here. So thank you.
To get back to this plan and this agenda item at this point, thank you for your answer, Sue and City Manager. To get back to this plan, there was quite a bit of discussion with the public along the way that just because you have a plan doesn't mean that's what you get. And we've talked about it. They've seen it on the new garden plan, and we've talked about it to a large extent. And I have to thank Russ and Jeff because they were very clear at that last meeting where a draft of the plan was presented that this is just a plan and it doesn't limit anything. And I appreciate that because they made that point over and over again, and I think they helped to set some reasonable expectations. Now, we all know that people are going to come back and point to this plan and said, but you said, and the map says, etc. But it's a starting point, and you've got to have a starting point. And that area is changing very, very quickly. It's continuing to change with every economic development announcement that we get about businesses and companies moving to the airport area. So for that reason, I support the plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll also say that it's just encouraging to hear the words, Councilwoman Hightower bringing up the topic, City Manager Jayoba talking about the perception of or the view of possible disparity, listening to Director Swartz talk about what goes into these plans themselves. It's just important that, well, to me, it's important that we look at it not as an either or, but an and in both. In other words, don't slow down the one that's going quickly. Bring them all up to speed, especially in those communities that have historically not seen the kind of area plans or land use plans that have been enjoyed in other parts of the city. So if we can just make sure that we're dedicating the resources and looking to dedicate the time to expedite when we possibly can, to make sure that everyone is enjoying the benefits of staff services and the plans themselves. I joined Councilwoman Thurm at the most recent area plan meeting for this Fleming Road, and it was a very robust conversation, and there were a lot of very frank conversations. So I don't think in context that anyone is going to think that this is what we have in stone. You can't deviate from this low density. As Councilman Matheny indicated, there's plots of land out there and maybe an RM 26 or something else coming in that may be conducive to the city as an overall, or to the area as an overall plan. It's just important to me that we have a plan, that we stick to it, dedicate resources, and make sure that everybody is seeing the benefits and the fruits of the labor. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sharon, thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to support this because I represent everybody in the city of Greensboro, and I believe that every community needs to get what they really need. So I'm going to support it, but I know what you're saying is the absolute truth, but we as a council, if we want the plan in Southeast Greensboro, we need to, if this council's willing to do it, or you make a motion that the next plan done is that one, and the council unanimously votes for it, or at least 5 votes, then it's going to be done, because that's the directive to the manager.
So you want me to make the motion now? Because I'll make the motion that the next area plan is in Southeast Greensboro.
I will second it.
After you vote for this, but that will be my next motion, because this got to stop. We got to put the brakes on the train. This got to stop.
That's how you do it.
So we do have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. So
Sharon should make it.
So let me say this. I voted for this plan, okay?
Well, that was the right thing.
I really didn't want to in my heart of hearts, but I'm going to vote for this plan because we've got to do better, okay?
We do have to do
We've got to do better. And I move that the next plan is working with this community in the Southeast Greensboro for an area plan, because they're struggling over there, and there are things happening over there.
I second your motion.
Don't need to happen.
I second your motion.
Thank you. So we'll do this by voice vote since it's off the agenda.
That's fine.
Right. All in favor of the next area plan would be the Southeast Greensboro. Sharon, do I have that correctly? Yes, that is correct.
And that was moved by Sharon, seconded by Yvonne. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Mary Kay?
Roll up your sleeves out there.
So I just have a comment first, or maybe it's even more of a question. So when this plan is published, is there that disclaimer anywhere on the first page that this is subject to change. The reason I say that is we're running into this very same thing on an upcoming rezoning, that someone's saying, well, but you can't change this because it's in the plan and da-da-da-da-da. So I was just wondering, is there anything bright and bold?
We can make it bright and bold.
That would be great.
We do put in there at the beginning, these are policy documents. This is not a layer of the zoning ordinance. This is the lines are not hard and fast. We used to have remember the G-Flume, our old land use map? That's why we walked away from that 3 years ago. So we put in, these are policy documents to discuss and give us the framework to have those discussions about change.
I think it would be helpful.
So
from
we
what
will
I wouldn't
find a
call
way
these
to make it
policy
very bold.
documents, because this is not policy. This is a planning document, not a policy document. Right?
By state law, it is a policy, is the adoption, you adopt this by ordinance as a reflection of policy of the city council. So it is not a regulatory document. It is like a zoning document. It is guidance. It is like other policies are.
I just think it would be helpful for us when someone in the community comes and says, but it says it right here.
Gotcha.
It kind of like, you have to do this. And we're saying, no, it's changeable. It's evolving. The city is moving and changing.
We are constantly looking for improvements to communication so people understand that, so we hear you loud and clear.
All right, we will move on to H12 through H16. I'm going to read them all in together, but we'll vote on them individually. Item H12 is a resolution authorizing submission of the 2023-2024 Annual Action Plan application for $5,800,017 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD funds and the conduct program activities for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. And item H13, a resolution authorizing submission of the annual action plan application for $2,561,572 Community Development Block Grant CDBG program funds and the conduct of the CDBG program activities for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. And item H14, resolution authorizing submission of the annual action plan application for $1,773,037 home consortium funds and the conduct of home consortium activities for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. And item H15, resolution authorizing submission of the annual action plan application for the $208,732 Emergency Solutions Grant ESG program funds and the conduct of the ESG program activities for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. And finally, item H16, a resolution authorizing the submission of the annual action plan application for $1,256,676 Housing Opportunities for Person with AIDS HOPWA program funds and the conduct of the HOPWA grant activities for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. We do not have any speakers on this item. I don't know if we've got motions or... So that is for item H12? Yes. That was Mrs. Thurm, Mrs. Busewader. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Item H13.
Move H13.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. That passes 9-0. Item H14. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote.
Madam Mayor, could you please confirm who moved H14?
H14 was Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. And that will pass 9-0. Item H15. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs.
Second.
Hightower. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Item number H16. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We now move on to the general business portion of our agenda. We will read I-1 and I-2 together. Resolution to approve a contract for Phase 1 incinerator design build project at the TZ Osborne Wastewater Treatment Facility in the amount of $11,442,019.67 with Crowder Construction Company, and item I-2, an ordinance to amend the Water Resources Capital Project Revenue Bond Fund budget to establish funding for Phase 1 incinerator design for the TZ Osborne Wastewater Treatment Facility in the amount of $11,821,529. We do have a number of speakers on this item. I will. Linnell Stanhope. If you're going to speak, if you can move to that side of the building. Chad Link. Okay. Okay, so Stanhope, Link, Jahan Waller. Don't need to speak. Danny Brown. Don't need to speak. Shamari Evans. Don't need to speak. Julie Taylor. Don't need to speak. Linda Pass. All right, this is easy. And Aaron Babson. All right, well.
Madam Mayor, is anyone here from the Water Department?
Mike standing right here.
Is that you?
Thank you,
Please
Mayor Pro
forgive
Tem.
me.
Yes, that's the design
Explain
team.
to me, just in layman's terms, a little bit about what this is. I know what an incinerator is. I think of it at a dump where they burn trash, but tell me what it does,
Very
why
similar.
you use it, and what the results are.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. And Mayor and Madam Mayor and Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to address your question. It's very similar to, just like you said, when we treat wastewater, we create solids. And so those solids settle out. We go ahead and collect them. We dewater them. We use a centrifuge, so spin them real fast. The water gets shed, and it leaves a solid that we can either dispose of in a landfill, but we go ahead and we incinerate it. I think it's more environmentally friendly. We can get near destruction, complete destruction of all those solids. So that's what we do, is we incinerate those solids. Incinerators, over time, like everything else, wear out. So what we're doing here with this project is we're rehabilitating and refurbishing our second incinerator, FBI number 2.
Okay, thank you so much.
Second company I ever worked for was for a sludge dewatering firm.
There you go. Absolutely.
Long,
it doesn't smell well, but there's a lot of money in wastewater treatment.
Yes. So, Dr.
I have a question.
Whenever. Sharon? This is moved by Dr. Wells and seconded by Yvonne, but Sharon?
Okay. Mike, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And you and I have talked about this item, so I understand it. But what I want to know, as I'm looking on your MWBE, and maybe somebody can explain it to me, but there's certainly some descriptions of jobs descriptions of work that seem to be very innovative and creative, and some things, some make sense, some don't. When I see scope, price, schedule, development, what is that? What does that mean? And what is, when the scope is not that defined, how do you ensure that occurs, that happens?
That's a good question.
Because the problem becomes is you put them on here in the very beginning, but if they don't meet the scope of the work, or they don't get used, because it's very generic, and what I'm seeing, very broad.
Yeah, so what we're doing with this is the first phase of a two-phase project, and what we have asked our design builder team, in this case it's Crowder Construction as the builder, Stantec as the designer. Those two have come together and they've put together a team. And what we're doing with this first phase, if you approve it tonight, is putting together the scope of the project. We're going to evaluate the incinerator. We're going to look at what's working, what's not working on it, what has to be repaired. And that is the scope that we're referring to here, is putting all those pieces, parts together that need to be repaired, rehabilitated, or replaced. And that's what this team is doing. Our MWBE partners are working with our designer and our builder to do that.
So when I see schedule, develop, support MWBE,
correct. So
what does that mean?
So we put a scope together. So it's like a grocery list. So we've got a grocery list together. Now we've got to figure out how long is it going to take us to go ahead and do all those things on that list. That's what we mean by schedule. So the designers and the builders with our MWBE partners are going to do just that. They're going to put this list together and look at what's the project length going to be able to do it. That's what we mean by schedule.
So it's just a commitment. It's
correct. That's our initial commitment for this first phase of the project.
And then the second phase of the project is?
That would be actual construction. We're going to come back to you about a year and 2 months from now, so next June of 2024, and we're going to present to you a guaranteed maximum price for your consideration, and that will show all the scope elements. It'll show the schedule, but more importantly, it'll break it up into small work packages so we can maximize our utilization with our hubs.
Yeah, prefer to see it. And so, in looking at this, most of this is equipment, like an incinerator.
Correct.
But no opportunity for some smaller company to work with and learn what this is?
There's a little bit of opportunity, as you can see in there, in what we call the pre-construction phase services. Where we're going to get the bulk of our opportunity is going to be on the construction side. So you're right, we're not getting as much in the pre-construction, and that's certainly something we'll continue to endeavor to do, is to maximize that. But what you see is, you're absolutely right, most of this $11 million is for equipment.
It's for the equipment.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the
Any
effort.
other questions? Or we do have a motion from Dr. Wells, a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote.
Danny, you sure you don't? I mean, you've been sitting there all night. You sure you don't want to come up and talk? I know how you're a man of so many words.
He missed his chance.
You're good. You're good.
So that passes 9-0. Now I need a motion for item I2. Moved by Mrs. Thurm.
No, that was Nancy Hoffman.
Oh, sorry. Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Cindy Thurm. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. All right, thank you. I appreciate you waiting. Item I3 is a resolution to authorize contract of $200,000 of city ARP-enabled funds and $103,860.91 Better Building Greensboro funds for Greensboro Urban Ministry for Weaver House HVAC renovation. Was that Mrs. Hoffman?
Who is Ms. Hoffman? Ms. Hoffman in Wells.
Mayor,
So, Madam, I have a question whenever. Go
I
ahead,
do.
City
I
Manager.
do too.
Yeah,
And
okay.
we do have Brian Hahn here with
Yes.
Urban Ministry.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm just wondering, before you hear from them, or before your question, ACM Larry Davis has some clarification to make with regards to the MWB participation. Because you do have something in front of you that's a correction. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
You're talking about the previous item?
No, on this item.
This item. Yeah.
So
yeah.
in your council packet tonight, you should see a spreadsheet. The title is Goal Setting Project Spreadsheet, and it has in there somewhere agenda item I3. This is a spreadsheet that Councilmember Hightower has asked us to start including on your agendas for any item that has new goals on it. And we were just late getting it to you this time, but we wanted you to have this because the agenda memo that you have has slightly different numbers. And this spreadsheet that you have has the correct M and W goals for this project. So any questions that you have about that particular aspect of the project, the M or W goals, please refer to the spreadsheet rather than the agenda memo.
So I'm a little confused because the total of this spreadsheet is 400,000, but we are granting 303,000.
Right. So the total project includes funds that are beyond what you will be adopting. But we applied the entire value of the project for MWBE consideration. The entire estimate for the project, I should say.
So can you clear that up for me? Because I don't like getting stuff at the last minute, and I don't like getting stuff I can't read because this is too little. I can't see none of this at all. So generally, if it's on my iPad, I can enlarge it, read it, understand it.
Yeah,
but this is the one where I was told we have no policy for MWBE when it comes to nonprofits. Everything we do is subject to MWBE. Am I wrong? Except for if it's a federal project that says, okay, it's federal dollars, and so it doesn't meet that section. But we've done this on other.
Traditionally, nonprofits are not covered through the MWBE program. But we made a decision that for ARP-funded projects, we would, wherever possible, run those projects through the MWBE process. So that, and since that's a large portion of this funding source, we did ask the agency to allow us to evaluate this process from an MWBE perspective.
So what was the percentage that wind up being on this project?
If you look at the towards the bottom of the spreadsheet, you'll see 4.89 for M and 6.51 for W.
And that's what was set on the project?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my question was going to be, because I had a litany of questions here in regard to that, because I think I had heard that. But I would certainly say because we took ARP money and moved it from the federal into our money, then I would think it would be subject to MWBE.
And that's why we are using MWBE to review projects that have ARP funding, even if they're nonprofits, which traditionally would not go through the MWBE review process.
Right. And then, okay. And futuristically, Mr. City Manager, we need to ask Griffin and Strong to look at that. It's one of the things I really want them to really dive deep into our policies, because there's some policies I think that need some changing, some tweaking. All right. I'm fine. If that's the case, I'm good.
Jamie?
Can you just explain weighted goals and the weighting and how that works, please?
So what each portion or each one of those rows, and I apologize since this is an addendum, we don't have a way of putting it up on the screen for our audience, but each one of those rows has a estimated value or a portion of the project total. So whatever MWBE or M or WBE availability that is available in that row is weighted by whatever portion of the total project.
I do have a question for Urban Ministry. Yeah. And it has to do with shelter capacity, that I know that the shelter has been working at a reduced capacity. It has sent some people over to the Regency, but I'd like to know when the shelter will be back at 100%, because we need every bed.
Good evening, Council. Good to see you. It's been a bit of a time, so thanks for having me. I'm Brian Hahn, the new CEO of Greensboro Urban Ministry. I want to first thank city leadership, Ms. McCrae and Ms. Kennedy, for your support. Thank you in this effort. It's a fair question, Mayor. We are operating currently at 60%, but with this funding, we believe we can expedite the HVAC repair needs to our shelter with a commitment of being back at 100% this summer. Our hope is to complete this project by the end of June.
And so is there, can we tie this to occupancy?
Do what you want to do.
You know, it's important to me that it get up to 100%.
I understand.
You know, we're meeting with the county, talking about making sure that people are housed. We're looking for beds wherever we can find them. And I'd like some, you know, yes, assurances, thank you, that it will be 100%.
The answer to your question is yes.
The answer is yes. So what would be a reasonable date?
Well, again, the estimate is that we can complete the HVAC repairs hopefully by June 30th, and then to begin to expand our capacity through the remainder of the summer to reach 100%. The idea isn't to displace any current residents. We thought we'd go and get that complete first. So I believe that we can be back up to 100% by September 1.
So we couldn't do July 1, the fiscal year?
Well, again, we will be working on our capital improvements, hopefully to be complete by June 30th. And that's at 60% capacity.
And you're working, you said 60% right now?
Currently, yeah.
So how do we tie this for assurance if we're prepaying the money in advance? How do we, if we were to say September 1?
I mean, we do have clawback provisions that we can make it a condition of the payment or a condition of a release of the payment. You kind of, you know, rolling a deal on the fly. You can sort of tell me what you need, and we can figure out how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I certainly want to support this, but I would like to make a friendly amendment that we add a condition that the shelter needs to be back at 100% capacity by September 1.
Second.
So
Yeah.
I think I just need to know if you accept that friendly amendment. And Dr. Wells? Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the way we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question before it goes through now. This item is tied to not only HVAC, but it's also, I guess, expanding capacity for your shelter. The item that we just did, is it not tied to expanding the capacity construction-wise? What I'm reading here, when I read it, is not only HVAC, but it also says to ensure, I think was a, increase it to what was 100?
Yeah.
Beds. So don't you have to build space for that? Do you have to build any more space?
So this is going back to the pre-COVID capacity.
Right. So we have a 100-bed capacity. We're currently at 60%. By getting our HVAC system up to date, we can be back to 100% hopefully by the goal of September 1. We think we can complete that project by June 30th.
Okay, because I've read somewhere in here, I thought it had something to do with construction. I just don't want to have construction be like an excuse of we didn't finish or we can't finish or something like that.
Right.
So that's
Just
why I'm just
HVAC.
trying to be clear. Did I miss that? I saw the HVAC renovation.
That's correct.
But, okay. To improve ventilation, okay. I know I read it somewhere, but I just wanted to be sure that it's not tied to any delay. You know what I mean?
Well, you're looking for that, Mary Kay, and then Tammy.
Okay, I just want to make sure, knowing supply chain issues,
Yes.
that we don't put him in a spot where something that's on order is going to take 3 more months,
Right.
and we've said, oh, no, you got to have this by September 1. That's my only concern
They
here.
can come back and ask for
I
an
think-
extension.
Yeah, under those circumstances, I think an extension would be given.
Yeah, you could do
Yeah.
that then.
And just to clarify, I appreciate that question, Ms. Abuzueter. This is the duct work that we want to get done that's in the residential space. We believe we can complete that in the next approximately 90 days. We won't receive the units, the actual air conditioning units, until late summer, early fall.
Right. Okay.
But the part that's going to displace residents, we'd like to get moving on as soon as possible so we can get back to 100% capacity.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Maybe I read it wrong, but I'm fine. But I'm like you, because we need this 100% capacity.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That's right.
We do.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Tammy?
So I just want to clarify your amendment that you proposed is that we approve this with a clawback option if it's not completed and they're not at 100% by September 1st?
Unless they come back and ask for an extension because of a supply chain
Okay,
issue.
but
yes.
but it's not we want it by then. There is an actual clawback provision.
Correct. That's what.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because
Yeah.
that's what I thought I was voting for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Madam Clerk, you have that change.
Yes, ma'am. We are already in the voting screen, so the record will reflect that amendment, and it'll be a part of the official record.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Or we can go ahead and vote. All right. Council, please vote.
There it is. It's up, Nancy.
That was Mrs. Hoffman and Dr.
Thank you.
Wells.
Thank you.
And that passes 9-0. Thank you. All right, that is the end of our printed agenda. Boards and commissions. I have a commission appointment. Hold on one second.
Madam Mayor, before you start on boards and commissions, we have my seatmate now have a boards and commissions clarification question. Ms. City Clerk, can you clarify something for us? I know that when we have someone to appoint, or if someone expires, it goes to maybe, the next, maybe from me to an at-large person. But if I have someone to resign midstream, does that appointment still go to the next person, or do I continue to keep that appointment? Because it's my appointment, but they resign midstream of the term.
Councilmember Hightower, I think it would depend upon which board or commission it is. Some boards and commissions have 9 appointments so that you each have your own individual appointments, or unless it's one that, like Mayor Vaughn, appoints for the commission as a whole. There are others that there may only be 5 appointees from City Council, so that is when it will roll over to the next person. If someone has resigned in the middle of an appointment, I think I would have to get clarification from our legal department as to whether or not that appointment would stay with you or move to the next available council member. I would think it might be at the pleasure of council, but I would definitely ask for clarification from our legal team.
Right. Well, because I see it, and maybe Chuck, you might want, but I see it as still being my appointee because they resigned in midstream. So I don't see that going to the next person to take that space away.
Right.
You see, so I see that as me retaining that. So I have someone who resigned on minimum housing. I need to replace that resignation.
Right.
That's how I see that.
Go ahead.
I would just say, from a legal perspective,
That's what we've been
it's up
doing.
to council.
I thought. I'm sorry. Say that again, Mr. City Attorney.
It's really not a legal question. I mean,
It's not
it's a
legal.
question of y'all's
So it's-
rules
Well,
It's our
that y'all
protocol.
have agreed to.
that's the way we've always
But
done
that's
it.
the way we've always done it.
That's the
what
way
I've
it
been trying
is.
to do. That's the way we've always done it. And I just want to be, huh? He's trying to take my appointee, and he ain't going to get ready to do it. Now, I'm not getting ready to let him do it. So that's the way I understood it to be, but I wanted to get clarity. I wanted
So, Councilmember Hightower, are you referring to Ms. Waddell?
Yes.
So that appointment was originally made by former Councilmember Kennedy as the
Okay.
at-large
So that-
position. So then, therefore, because former Councilmember Kennedy made that appointment as an at-large position, that's where that
That's where
position
that
still
comes-
stays. She just happened to appoint somebody from Council District 1.
Right. She appointed her because I asked her to. That's why she put her there, because I asked her to put her there.
So are you asking tonight?
So you need to appoint my person in my district.
Oh, wow. We've come full circle, haven't we?
And the reason I thought we always had done it that way, because there's districts 1 and 2, we wind up being in the minority of appointees because at-larges tend to point, they have to go from the whole pool.
Back up.
So, ma'am, what'd you say?
I talked to you. I said back up.
I always try to see
Do I need to step up?
which district needs it. That's what I try to do. And I've checked with you, Sharon. I've checked with Dr. Goldie, and haven't checked with Zach. Yes, I did. I checked with Zach before I appointed one. So, yeah, that's what I do.
Good.
So,
Okay. Thank you very much. So you need to appoint my person.
yeah. Now, I thought you were going to bring up the issue if somebody is on a board and they move out of the city.
Right.
That's what I thought. I think once somebody moves out of the city, they're no longer eligible to sit on that board. And if we have to make that a policy,
Right.
I would.
It's already.
Well, there seems to be a question about whether
Yeah.
it's a
I
policy.
provided you guys.
Yeah, but we ran into that recently, and it
So,
was
I
an
provided
issue.
you guys a memo on that this week. The problem is effectuating that. The determination as to whether somebody has moved out of the district. In this particular case, they announced it.
Well, yeah.
But making that determination, it seems to me, is you all's job, not staff's.
So, once we are notified, we are aware that somebody, I
Then
want
you
to make a
replace 'em.
motion that once we're notified, we're aware that somebody has moved out of the city, that they are no longer on that
I
board.
say automatically off the board.
So, do I have a second on that?
Second.
But what I'm saying is that you all have to effectuate that by
I
replacing
know,
that
but
person.
when we brought that up to you, it got very squishy on whether or not that person should be, there was a person who had moved out of the city and was actively participating in a commission meeting.
And voting.
Correct, because council had not taken action. That person was
Now we're
serving.
going to take action
So now
that
we're
once
gonna
you
say
move
take
out of
action.
the city, you lose your seat.
Right. So do we need,
I'll just advise you, you can make your rules as you choose, but what you're doing is putting staff in the position then of making that determination, and I think it's really your call.
Well, we're making it
We're making
clear
the call.
because it wasn't clear at that meeting that, and I did have a second by just about everybody, so Mayor Pro Tem.
I second you.
But that, once you're out of the city, you don't qualify to be on a board anymore.
Right, so we have a rule that says that you serve on a board until you are replaced
Well, but.
by a person that has been appointed by the council and approved.
Well, now we are
And
modifying,
qualified.
we are modifying that rule, that once you move,
It also says,
So-
I
so
don't
you-
mean to interrupt.
it's different on different boards.
So
and
articulating the rule, it would be if you leave, if you're no longer a resident of the city, staff should remove you from that council. And I'm suggesting I don't think that's a good idea, but it's your call.
It's clear in the handbook that you must be a resident of Greensboro.
Yeah, it is.
All I'm saying is that being a resident is not all that is the squishy part. In this
Right.
particular instance, the person announced it. And in the memo, I gave you examples. Suppose there's a person who lives in Greensboro, buys a house at the beach, and the only thing changes is that they stop working in Greensboro and spend more time at the beach. Are they a resident in Greensboro or a resident at the beach? And I'm asking that council make that determination and not staff, because that you will find numerous cases where residency is not that clear.
Well, I think that if we have it in the handbook for all the boards and commissions, and that people know what their responsibilities are, that if they move out of the city, if this is not their primary residence, then they are not on the board anymore. And at some point, we have to expect people to tell the truth if they
Right.
moved out of a city. I mean, we're not going to check everybody, but
I'm not arguing with you about that at all. I totally agree.
okay.
But
so
as your tax
I have
return, do
a
you
motion
like
and
But
that?
the
a
question
second.
is,
All
how
in
does
favor,
that
say
happen?
aye. Anybody opposed? That passes 9-0.
So are we having to rewrite anything specifically?
Well,
because I'll be honest, I had somebody who moved out of the city. Quite honestly, staff removed them. Staff sent them a letter. So are we allowing that to go on, or are we making direct
Well, in
to
this
say
case,
go on?
the person who stayed on the board when they had moved out actually did notify
Right,
staff
so
that
they-
they had moved. So that probably should have triggered a letter.
Okay. So, but again, it's not staff initially doing it. Is it doing it at the direction of our policy?
Our policy, yes.
Yeah, you all just direct the staff to do it.
Yeah, okay. Just direct them to do it.
And Councilmember Hightower, for clarification, what I will do, because the mayor did state about updating the handbook, so I will update those boards and commissions for each one to make sure that it's reflective of this motion. And I will also send out notification to the boards and commissions liaisons so that they are aware as well.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Okay.
So, boards and commissions.
Okay. Now we can appoint people.
Did you have a comment on what we were just talking about? Just boards and commissions, okay. Sharon?
Oh, well, since Hugh's gonna make the appointment.
Make his.
But I do need to remove Carlos Townsend from the War Memorial Commission. He has not attended in a few months. And I do not have a replacement as of yet
All
for
right,
him.
do you have a second for that removal? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0.
So that's all I have for tonight. Here.
Mr. Holston?
Yes. Thank you, Councilwoman.
His arm is up behind his back.
I do have an appointment to the Minimum Housing Commission. Miss Linda Waddell.
I know, this has been a long meeting.
No, Miss Waddell is coming off. Yes. Miss Waddell at District 4 is coming off, and she's being replaced with Morgan Wright Pone. If I
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That's all I have.
All right. Zach? No.
Second.
Yeah, I've got a board too. Mary Kay? I would like to appoint, and I think this is my appointment anyway, Janae Green to the Arts and Culture Commission to replace Dwayne Cyrus.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, Dr. Wells?
I have something to put in the data bank, and I just learned it at the GC Jack that they want to interview the person before we appoint them. But I have 5 names to put in there.
But just tell them no.
Well, so
Yeah, well, they need to because they have to do that. All right, so I have some names to put in the data bank. Samuel Hawkins Jr.
I thought Sam was in. Sam's in.
So they, if you read them, they automatically
got it.
go in.
You just sent me that.
Mm.
Oh, we don't have to put them in there?
No, but if you want to let them, if you want to say those names so
Okay,
people
I'll
know.
say the names: Samuel Hawkins and Kevin Lightsey and Sadie Edwards and Ernestine Surgeon and Morgan Dunlap.
Okay.
These all are District 2 folks that are now in the data bank.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Thurm?
I just have one appointment to appoint Wayne Durham to the Transit Advisory Commission.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Who-
That passes none.
Who does she replace?
Oh, I'm sorry, replacing Cheryl McQuarrie,
Okay.
who resigned.
Right.
That passes 9-0. Mrs. Hoffman? No one? Do we have some brief comments?
Brief.
Mrs. Hightower?
Pretend you're at a political thing. You have 1 minute.
Oh, but she'll still take 5.
Haynes.
Go ahead.
I said Haynes.
You did what?
Haynes. You said briefs.
Oh, wow.
This has been a... Motion to adjourn is non-debatable. Got to take a...
I will make it brief, but I think I mostly said pretty much what I really wanted to say. The only thing, Mr. City Manager or Mr. City Attorney, what I wanted to ask, and I'm back on my MWB soapbox, our contracts, do they have the MWBE language in them? We have a template where our contracts automatically, when they go out, they already have the language in them. That
You mean
MWBE
construction contracts?
Any contract that we do has that language in it.
I don't believe so.
Sometimes they write the contract and we sign it.
So
there's a lot of different kinds of contracts.
Well, I'd like for us to explore that, though. We can have a template, because that's how.
We can explore that.
Because I would like for us to explore that. I think that's part of some of, that will, I think, reduce some of the debate around, and this states what we do, just like very well it's in the incentive policy, yes, but it's in our contracts, our actual contracts.
I'll get back to you on that.
Sir?
Couldn't we
I'll
do
get
like
back
a
to you on how to do that.
boilerplate addendum?
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
Yeah.
There's a number of boilerplate provisions that exist in our contracting process. We can figure out how to possibly do that.
Right, but we have to ensure that that addendum gets attached, because if it doesn't, then somebody says, oh, but I didn't do that. Okay. So that was really my only main concern right now. Also, Mr. City Manager, I have not been approached by Griffin and Strong, but I do want to be interviewed, because I do have some things I would like to ask them to do or look at.
Councilor Hightower, you've not received an invitation for an interview yet from Griffin and Strong? I'll call them first thing in the morning.
Okay, if you would. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I appreciate it. I'm going to leave it at that, unless I think of something else.
Just a couple of things here, being very brief. One is I had a chance to enjoy the Guilford 911 Telecommunications Week. It was just special being there, listening to those awardees, and the numbers of lives that they saved and numbers of legacies that were saved. I mean, that was just truly touching. It was truly an honor to be there. The Greensboro Human Rights Commission threw on the Fair Housing Luncheon, which was special. That was at the Barber Park Event Center. It was very informative. The GBL, through the Black Economic Summit at the International Civil Rights Center and Museum. It was really special. They invited Secretary Michelle Sanders, North Carolina's Secretary of Commerce, to be there as keynote speaker. And also, I want to congratulate Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, the Greensboro Alumni Chapter. They're hosting their 41st Botillion Military Scholarship Program this coming April 29th. It's a program that recognizes young men in high school for scholarship, leadership, mentorship. and college prep, and they're hosting their 41st anniversary this year. Madam Mayor, that completes my
So
comments.
we do have to give human rights a meeple budget, the little meeples. Yeah, so they had these little things to generate discussion, and everybody wanted to take them home, but they have to reuse them. They're real cute. We need meeples in the budget. Yes. Mr. Matheny? I can't follow meeples. Mrs. Buswaiter?
I do have a few things. I'll try to go through them pretty fast. There are a lot of things going on this Saturday. The International Advisory Committee elections are at the Terrace at the Coliseum from 9 to 2. Anyone can vote, so please go by. They've got some good candidates. Also Saturday is the Earth Day Community Sustainability Day at the Greensboro Farmers Market on Yanceyville Street. Dr. Doris Dant, Jeff Sovich, and the Community Sustainability Council all involved with this, and there are going to be awards at 11 a.m. on the Lindsay Street lawn for sustainable businesses and individuals who are making a big difference. Telecommunications Week. Soccer tournament this past weekend at Bryan Park had over 200 teams, brought in $3.95 million of economic impact and over 4,300 room nights. So we need to keep all this in mind when we talk about economic development. That's huge. And that is talking about youth soccer and youth sports and all of those things as those discussions come up. I was unable to attend the Fair Housing Luncheon because I was participating in the Be Real Safe program with NCDOT. Very important. I really want to get this word out. We need to teach railroad safety to our constituents. It is illegal to walk on the tracks, take pictures on the tracks, walk beside the tracks, and you can be arrested for that. So people need to realize this. The only place you can be on the tracks is at the crosswalk. April 5th, Dr. Wells and I were at the Gorilla RF grand opening. I think someone else was, and I can't recall who. He was, huh? The guy beside me. Oh, yes, Zach was there too. Okay, so it was their 10th anniversary, and also they opened a brand new building, which is state-of-the-art technology. I kid you not. Let's see, this past Sunday I had the honor of participating in and dancing for a fundraiser at the Arc of Greensboro fundraiser. Samuel Johnson and I were judged to be the most entertaining dancers of the evening. I thoroughly enjoyed the experience, and I encourage you to kind of go outside your comfort zone and visit the Arc of Greensboro and all of the ways that they help those with different abilities in our community. For those celebrating the end of Ramadan at the end of the week, wish you peaceful time. I want to bring up one thing very quickly. The mosques in Greensboro, and I know the 16th Street Mosque and the other one, feed they feed thousands of people a day during Ramadan at the breaking of the fast. Our police department, they actually have a video on Facebook because one of the mosques was feeding people, and the lady who had most of the food in her vehicle, she broke down on the highway. So the police came by, they loaded all the food up in their vehicles and went and were able to save the day. So they sent some big thank yous to the police department, and it really has kind of gone viral because just not something you hear about every day, but it was just wonderful to see that happen. So that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Next week, Sharon Hightower and I will be at the League of Cities. I was appointed by the mayor to represent the city of Greensboro, so I will not be at the work session Thursday because it runs till Thursday evening. But I am working for the city reporters. I did go to the 911. It was great. As Hugh said, the rewards that people got were great. Civil Rights Black Summit was fantastic. The mayor was there, Goldie was there, Hugh was there, Sharon Hightower was there, and Mary Kay Buzawader was there. It was over 200 and some people. I didn't really count them, but I'm estimating. And I had the honor of introducing the Secretary of Commerce, Secretary Saunders. So we've had a busy week, and we're looking for a busy week, Sharon and I, with the League of Cities, because she represents NCBMO, you're right.
Black elected
Yes, right.
municipal officials.
So she's going to be there too. So we'll represent you well.
Dr. Wells?
It has been, it has been kind of busy. Tonight there was Black Women's Entrepreneurial Conference over at Barber Park, sponsored by East Greensboro Now, and I hope it was a big success. Over the weekend, I was a part of the Black Maternal and Infant Mortality Conference out at GTCC. It was sponsored by the Black Pearls Society. And I just learned a lot, and I think most of us would be alarmed to know some of the facts about infant mortality and maternal mortality in the Black community. So I think we need to learn a little bit more about that. I want you to invite all of you to come to the Civil Rights Museum on the 25th of the month from 2 to 3:30. The North Carolina Freedom Park is going to open this summer, and this will be a time to learn about the park and the things that have gone forth as Blacks have struggled in the civil rights movement. So we invite you to come and get a real understanding of the North Carolina Freedom Park. I serve as co-chair of that board, and our attorney is a part of the board, and we've been working on this project for years, so it's about to open this summer. Want to invite you to Peeler Center on the 29th, and there will be a cultural fest from 12 to 4, and we're inviting all of you to come and bring yourselves of all parts of the city. We want to invite you to come to that. So I think that's about it. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Thurm?
Several people have commented similar to what I had on my list, so I won't waste time with that. I do want to remind people that the unveiling of the statue tomorrow at LeBauer Park, she wouldn't take her boots off. A local artist was the sculptor for that statue. It's an amazing piece of work, an amazing story, and I think it will be a real addition to our community. So I believe that's at 4:30 tomorrow, 5 o'clock tomorrow at LeBauer Park.
Mrs. Hoffman?
I was really just going to mention the same thing. This will be the first, and obviously only at this point, really memorial to the Holocaust in North Carolina. So it's really quite a first for the city of Greensboro. Tonight actually is the remembrance. It's Yom HaShoah tonight actually, which is the remembrance of those who died and were killed during that period of time. So we, of course, moved our meeting from tomorrow night until tonight because of the unveiling of this statue tomorrow afternoon. And so that was really kind of the reason for the choice of tomorrow as a date. So everyone, the public is invited to this at 5 o'clock. So we welcome attendance by all.
Yes. Mr. City Manager, I know you had nothing earlier.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The only announcement I have is Tori Howell will be our new Deputy City Clerk, replacing Tebony. So, congratulations. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
I want to hear something.
Good night.
Motion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed?